Dear colleagues, dear participants, let me welcome you on the fourth Scientific and Practical Conference, The Prospects of Development of Road Transport and Infrastructure, our annual conference initiated in fall 2024, which was 25th November. Today became the powerful intersectoral platform which unites efforts of intellectuals throughout the country and progressive countries of the world to overcome numerous difficulties of today. In the current conditions of the aggression from the Russian Federation and the war, it's not easy for us to find time and resources for participation in such event, yet your active participation in this conference confirms its importance. And the full-scale war requires consolidation of efforts of the entire society and dictates the priorities and tasks, in particular for science. I would like to underline that the conference takes place with support and direct participation of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for Transport
Міністерства розвитку громад та територій.
And the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories. The participants of the conference are the representatives from more than 42 organizations, in particular the key representatives of the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, who take care of multifaceted and complex matters of European integration, technical regulation, generally the activity of automotive transport, representatives of other public agencies of the government, and the scientists from the list of research institutions, the leading institutes of the National Academy of Science, universities of Ukraine, representatives of the industry, in particular Association of the Car Makers of Ukraine, representatives of civic organizations and professional associations, among which I would like to focus on the participation. And for not a single year that participation was ignored, the Federation of Employers of Transport of Ukraine, Association of International Automotive Carriers, the Committee for the Transport and Logistics under the Chamber of Trade and Commerce, and so on. The conference will take place full 3 days, during which, according to the plan, you will hear 140 presentations of scholars and engineers in the field of road transport, road infrastructure, and adjacent sectors of the economy. The conference takes place in the classical format of the plenary session, as well as the activity of 11 sections, which goes one after another. There used to be 8 last year. We expect publication 180 statements in the collection of the research papers of the conference, and the preparation began. All active participants of our conference have the unique opportunity to place in the collection book the information materials of those organizations that they represent free of charge about the possibility and competencies, scientific infrastructure and developments, and the needs for the cooperation in the scientific sphere. Please use that opportunity. Our conference is broadcasted via YouTube channel for the wide public. I would like to emphasize there is simultaneous interpretation provided into English and Ukrainian. A few words about the specificities in the procedure of the activity of conferences and its agenda during conditions of the war and uneasy circumstances. I would like to draw your attention to the next important information about the procedure of our conference. First of all, if the air alert is announced in Kyiv, we need to give people an opportunity to move to the shelter, and the conference will be on the pause before the end of air alert, plus 15 minutes. In case of technical problems, those can be with electric power supply, access to internet. The conference can be put on the pause for some time before recovery of the activity. I would like to say that whatever I say today is only true about our Kyiv-based location. Thirdly, in both cases, and this is important, the Zoom session and YouTube broadcasting will not interrupt. And accordingly, the participants will stay in touch. If in this period they have connectivity, can still use Zoom via chat, ask their questions in writing, provide their comments to the speeches and proposals about the further work. And in the end, of the air alert or resolution of technical problems, if any, we shall restore, recover the further activities in line with the conference agenda. I would like to reiterate that under such circumstances and interruptions, depending on their duration, some of the speeches can be postponed until a later time, and also for the next day, as well as the discussion of the discussion panel. Those matters will be regulated by the organizing committee. I would like to underline that last year we have observed this all the time, and I reiterate the speeches, the sequence of speeches on the online conference may mismatch and be different from what is in the agenda. This is a reality and we cannot step away from it. The experience of last year demonstrated that such events as air alerts, disconnections of electricity, limited access to internet, and other circumstances would require fast reaction of the organizational committee with making the amendments into the sequence of speeches of the conference participants. I kindly request you to show understanding for such circumstances of the force majeure. Please stay in touch with the organizing committee. If there are any questions or something is not clear, please communicate immediately with the organizing committee and they will provide every explanation. I reiterate that we shall enable everyone to speak or to place the materials of this presentations on the information resources. Also, I would like to provide information to the speakers, which is in the building of the Institute, that we have made the reserve studio in the building of our Institute, where we shall invite the speakers of the Institute in case of the emergency power shortage or the loss of internet connectivity via the central server. In that studio, the access is organized via Starlink to the internet connectivity, and there is an uninterrupted power supply. The registered speakers, as an exception, can also send the file with recording of the presentation. The speakers can, in advance, to the organizing committee, can send a file with recording of the presentation as a reserve for broadcasting in case of the loss of connectivity for the planned period of time. In the separate discussion panel, in the second half of each day, there is an opportunity to provide answers to the questions, in-depth discussion of the presentations and matters discussed, hearing the comments of the participants, and so on. I would like to reiterate that actually we don't limit the discussion panel with the time till 1900. Within the reasonable period and upon the need, you may also use our resources longer. Last year it was till 2100 and so on. We don't limit this because technically we shall provide such opportunity. And this virtual informal part in the end of each day may also last over a cup of coffee or tea. And of course you must have it with you. I'm kidding. If you are, of course, located in the virtual space, therefore you will have virtual tea and virtual coffee. As for our innovation in the presentation of the material of the online broadcasting and placement on our internet resources and publication this year under conditions of uncertainty with the time for the agenda of the conference, as I said before, the air alerts, disruptions, electricity, connectivity problems, it's not the most important. Yet the applications are much more numerous, which was unexpected. In 2021 we had 69 reports, 2022 72 reports, in 2023 97 reports, and for this year we planned 140 reports, which is a doubled number. Accordingly, taking into account the inconveniences for the participants in parallel activity of the sessions when two and more interesting presentations are made, we had to limit the agenda up to 80 minutes during the breakout sessions and 19 minutes on the plenary session. And this creates for the speakers certain inconveniences in terms of conveying their messages and their materials to the listeners. In order to solve this problem, we made the innovation. The speakers who have too many materials, which requires a well-grounded presentation up to 40 minutes, we propose to use the opportunity, of course, if someone is willing to, during the online presentation, within the agenda, to make a brief presentation of the main statements which are necessary for the wide public later on, to provide the video recording to the organizing committee for its placement on the YouTube channel of our institute. I believe it is clear within the agenda on the online connection up to 10, on the plenary reception up to 12 minutes. Everything else standalone recording, providing the materials to the organizing committee, and we shall place it also on YouTube channel as the additional material. Also, it will be possible to continue the discussion after the active phase of the conference, using the function of the comments on YouTube and recording of Ukrainian and English. Again, the comments and discussion for each presentation, like for the main streams, up to 10 minutes, and additional presentations of your personal reports up to 40 minutes, yet this limitation is not necessary, and yet everything is well organized in line with the agenda of the event. In this context, I will start from myself. My main presentation, which is tomorrow, far exceeds 12 minutes, and I will make, on the plenary session, I will make a reduced presentation, and then we shall separately make our full-size presentation, and we shall place it on the internet resources, like for everyone else. Dear participants, let me wish you, shall we get busy? Thank you for attention, and shall we start? I believe that it was on the recording. We have the 117 participants currently, and we shall move forward. If anyone has questions about the agenda, could you please call the organizing committee, and we shall answer all of the questions. I will give the floor for the welcoming speeches. It is my pleasure to give the floor on behalf of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for Transport and Infrastructure, Mr. Volodymyr Kreidenko. As I can see, Volodymyr is here. He is with us. Member of Parliament of Ukraine and the candidate of Science in Public Administration. Thank you. I'm happy that this platform and this conference develops, and more and more people are getting involved to this important event. I would like to welcome everybody at this conference, including my colleagues, in order to define the future, the transport and infrastructure. And today we came together to outline the development of the sector, which is the important engine for the economics and is a basis for the activity of every country. The road transport provides for the mobility of citizens, supports development of trade, and unites regions into the unified economic system. In Ukraine, the transport sector is both the means for economic growth and also important component to recover after the war. The modern challenges make it necessary to work on the security of transportation, as well as European integration, implementation of environmentally friendly solutions. Our scientific developments will support development of innovative solutions that will help us to build the infrastructure in the future. I wish all participants have fruitful work, interesting discussions, and new capabilities for communication. Together we can achieve the ambitious objectives and create a transport system which will be comfortable and stable towards the challenges and will be useful for the future generations. From the part of the committee, I can assure you that the committee is doing the work in the field of transport and infrastructure. And indeed, as a priority, we have fulfillment the paragraphs about the fully fledged integration of Ukraine with the European Union. And every day we operate fruitfully on it. I would like to thank you for your attention. Wish everybody a fruitful activities. Thank you, Volodymyr. We are looking forward to your presentation, which is planned in the, for the future. And we move forward from the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories. We have planned Mr. Derkach, Deputy Minister for Communities and Territories, and Mr. Oleksandr, Head of the Department of Technical Regulation and Transport. Life is life, however. Mr. Oleksandr is on his trip to Warsaw, and Mr. Serhiy Derkach is there also on the important meeting. Therefore, we have the welcoming address from Serhiy, and now I propose that we listen it. I request the organizing committee to have it on. Good morning, dear participants. On behalf of the Ministry for Development of Territories and Communities, I welcome you on this powerful traditional annual meeting of the distinguished representatives of the transport and related sectors of the economy, members of parliament, leaders, leading specialists, scientists, educationalists, international organizations, and our international colleagues. The Ministry, in this very difficult time, does its best for coordination and support of continuous activity of the sector, strategic planning, taking into account the challenges of the wartime. Streamlining the processes of deregulation, technical regulation, harmonization of the national transport legislation with the legislation of European Union. Development of the automotive transport and infrastructure in line with the current and prospective needs of the economy, ensuring its competitiveness on the global level. And also, in the view of Euro integration processes, are not possible with no investment into science and innovation. Therefore, no doubt it's right and very useful to unite on this scientific and practical conference the efforts of the legislative and executive branch, the sectoral science, the leading sectoral scientific research institute, which is today the National Research Institute, leading institutes of the National Academy of Science, the Transport Academy of Ukraine, the leading universities of the country, representative of a wide range of organizations in quite many areas of activity. The proposals of the participants will be accepted by the Ministry, in particular to resolve the urgent needs of the sector, ensuring its development and further fruitful cooperation. I wish the participants of the conference the fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Так, чутно.
Шановні колеги, ми продовжуємо.
Dear colleagues, we continue, and we have the welcoming address for the participants of our conference and the introductory speech from the Federation of Employers of Transport of Ukraine, Mr. Klympush, head of the Federation of Employers of Transport of Ukraine, candidate of technical science, professor, the active member of the Transport Academy. Mr. Klympush, you are at the meeting. Please have the floor.
Доброго дня.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Шановні, високоповажні
Dear specialists and scientists in the road transport, I would like to welcome this meeting of our colleagues in the transport. I sincerely welcome participants in the 4th International Scientific and Practical Conference Prospects of Development of the Road Transport and Structures among the distinguished representatives, among the participants and distinguished representatives of the Parliament, the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories, the leading scientific educational institutions, scientific institutions, civic organizations, industry, and the sector. Today, our society, as never before, realizes the importance of the road transport for the country and also armed forces. It is armed forces. It is the road transport as a decisive part of the transport system receives special attention. Therefore, our conference is really important, and its program is so intense. Those who have examined the agenda, as I did, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers and the initiators of this conference. The agenda demonstrates great work for the organization, involvement of all specialists. Among the important matters, the most important matter I also would like to focus at is that the most important matter is scarcity of personnel in the road transport sector. Today, the global sector feels a big requirement for specialists of our sector. More and more specialists and highly qualified workers fill the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine, defending our land from the treacherous enemy invasion. The deficit of just drivers alone reaches 50%. Therefore, our sectors require changes of the personnel. More and more women learn how to drive buses and trucks, and also they master sophisticated profession of the long-range drivers. It means that we need to adjust for the realities of today, never stop, and jointly work for the victory. As a representative of the public, I would like to emphasize that with specialists, as we discuss the problem, made the conclusion that nowadays a lot of attention must be paid to the matters of the personnel support. The deficit, scarcity of drivers is a well-recognized problem. I would like to say that, understanding this, we have spoken to the country leadership, that in the coming future they develop the special government program of support of the processes of formation of this sector, replenishment of personnel, to make the opportunity. Scientific institutions at various stages will also be supported. The conditions are created to replenish with personnel, that this profession also becomes respectable and attractive. And most importantly, that together we create conditions that would enable for the long period to preserve, to keep the health, preserve health of the employees of the automotive transport. Therefore, this is important to us. We hope the government very soon will take the measures that will make it possible to staff and replenish the automotive transport sector with personnel. I would like to express my belief. I'm convinced that our conference will make it possible to share the ideas and discoveries and scientific achievements, And this will also serve our sector and will also serve Ukraine. Our conference will make it possible to share the opinions and discoveries, scientific achievements. I would like to wish you health, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes.
Дякую дуже. Дякую дуже, Володимир.
Thank you very much indeed. Glory to heroes.
Я хочу з задоволенням надати слово.
I would like to give the floor.
Якщо це вийде, я попередньо розмовляв.
If I manage, I spoke with Mr. Dmytrychenko
Вже, так сказати, в інше місто, але
because he moves to another city. What if he can connect the welcoming address from the Association of International Road Carriers, ASMAP, Mr. Leonid Kostiantyn. Leonid, if you are available.
Ну, я так розумію, що Леонід Михайлович
As I understand it, Leonid, because he has warned, we have spoke a few minutes ago that he's in traffic now, and maybe he's not in touch. Shall we try once again? I don't see him.
тому рухаємося далі.
Therefore, shall we move forward?
На зв'язок Леоніда Михайловича Костюченка.
If Mr. Kostiantynko becomes available, we shall give him the floor. And now I give the floor to
Наступний у нас
the next welcoming address
комітету
from the Committee of Entrepreneurs in the field of road transport and logistics under the Chamber of Trade and Commerce, Mr. Volodymyr Balin, head of the Committee of Entrepreneurs in the field of road transport and logistics under the Chamber of Trade and Commerce.
Володимир Анатолійович, будь ласка. Так, ну, бачите, Володимир Анатолійович теж.
So as you can see, Vladimir Anatolyevich is also gone for lunch. He was just here. I've seen him somewhere around, but he's not around. Then I'm gonna ask. I will ask then Volodymyrovich Mukhor, present here. Okay, Vladimir, and okay, by the agenda, let the Bukhov Institute, Modeling and Energy, and now the next speech will be delivered by Mykola Dmytrychenko, President of the Transport Academy of Ukraine, Chair of the Scientific Board of the National Transport University, Doctor of Sciences, Professor Emeritus, actor in Science and Machinery of Ukraine. Thank you, dear colleagues. That's a welcoming speech. I'm acting on behalf of Mykola. Dear participants of the scientific conference, prospects of the roads, transportation infrastructure development. My greetings and congratulations on the beginning of this event. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who is standing now for the independence and integrity of our country, protecting every one of us. Our country is going through some extremely difficult period of time. The Russian military aggression against Ukraine has caused not only human casualties but major destruction of transport, civilian and other infrastructure. Recovery requires maximum mobilization of efforts from science, production and academia to set the right trends, analyze them and pinpoint prospects for strategic development, which is an urgent objective of this time of war for the shortest possible recovery and restoration of economy. The academy is orientated and concentrated on the key routine issues related to the transport infrastructure, providing for a high resilience and due functioning of the area and environmental protection, achieving of long-term and mid-term goals related to the recovery and implementation of innovations for steady development of the transport industry and the country as a whole. I would like to deal with the fact that today the Transport Academy of Ukraine is a pretty powerful intellectual and industrial capacity, always evolving and improving. A lot of attention to advertising scientific achievements, papers, and published in different world editions. This pertains to holding technical conferences and symposiums, then examinations and evaluations of programs and projects. Hopefully, the further activity of this academy and its members will stay just as versatile and fruitful. We need to concentrate all our efforts to resolve the key problems of the transport area, primarily when it comes to the wartime challenges and post-war recovery of Ukraine, recovery of the transport infrastructure and its development, further development of international cooperation in science and machinery, and the implementation of Ukraine's Ukraine-EU Association Agreement. My kindest greetings to all the participants. Wish you fruitful presentations, productive dialogue, and expanding on perspective and pinpointing further pathways for the way forward. Active discussions and sharing experience will be a stimulus, incentive for the development of Ukraine's transport infrastructure and improvement of road vehicles. Fruitful work and new achievements to your President of Mykola, Dmytrychenko. Thank you very much for your welcoming words, and we're gonna implement and put that into practice, your desires. I mean, within the next 3 days, the next one will be a word of introduction from our staff smithy, and this will be Kyiv Polytechnic, Sikorsky Polytechnic. Now Mr. Melnychenko, he is the rector, he is the candidate of philosophical sciences professor. Anatoliі, I can see you. Welcome, please. Good morning, dear colleagues. Now, dear organizers of the conference, it's extremely pleasant to welcome you all our colleagues and partners, scientists, and representatives of the transportation area on this conference, this event. For us, the KPI University is proudly taking part in this conference in the light of the research that the university is doing. It is not related to the road vehicles proper, but when it comes to staff training and study results, that's very closely related to one or other parts, some or other parts concerning road vehicles, road transportation. Today we already mentioned that post-war recovery will require some mobilization of efforts when it comes to recovery, the infrastructure. The role of road vehicles will grow tremendously, and we understand that the technologies evolving in the world will have to be put into practice in Ukraine, and also worked around by a cohort of think tanks and academia and universities. I am sure that their role will be improving exponentially. It will grow when it comes to infrastructure, but new economy structure that most likely we will have to change it, modernize quickly. We will also reform that, and this new kind of infrastructure will provide for our further success. That pertains to also the use of archaic technologies, obsolete technologies. It's not the right option for Ukraine. Ukraine needs new approaches, and the capacities, the capabilities of our think tanks and academia, I think, remains great. At the same time, it's just to say that our university today, I think our colleagues will present, and I'm ready to the achievements, and we're ready to cooperate with all the partners present today, both when it comes to applied mechanics and new materials that are very important for this area, and also chemical technologies and many other areas. For example, when it comes to energies, the energy sector, it is important for electric vehicles. So KPI has some developments that could be looked at together with the partners. Also today, all the efforts of the academic community are aiming to provide for the defense force, and also road transportation development is attempting to Anatoliі. There's were some technical hitches. Then I will wrap up, dear colleagues. I would like to wish you every possible success and fruitful work at this conference, and would like to reiterate my readiness to cooperate. Thank you, Anatoliі, for the wonderful welcoming speech, and he will be followed by somebody that not only the production of our staffs, but the alma mater for most of the employees of our institute. And this is Oleksandr Hryschuk, rector of the National Transport University, candidate of technical sciences professor. Thank you very much, dear participants. Please allow me to welcome you on behalf of the National Transport University. It's very good to see the confirmation of your words on the computer screen. That's the alma mater, and there's plenty of graduates, starting from the previous guy and down to the younger staffs. I would like to point out for the participants that our facility is a reliable permanent partner to your university when it comes to training and graduating future staffs. In 1994, last century, the institute resumed its efforts after the liberation of Kyiv, and there was the Road Institute, and our teams worked very closely together, starting from in the course of providing for a transfer of the road vehicles to using liquid gas, natural gas. And it's since those years we started to have the classical triangle that is pretty trendy buzzword in Europe, which is education, science, and production. Our students have on-the-job training in our university at institute at that time. Then those graduates came to work on projects, state road transportation projects. Some of them also remained at the university as teachers, professors, and they kept up with the continued with that training, with that great of staffs of future personnel. I would like to reiterate to the participants that in the practical dimension of our activities and in the light of the regulations, the law that was adopted and approved in this year, which pinpoints as one of the areas that's improvement of interaction between science and education when it comes to transportation companies. So also that includes the development of innovative partnership. This conference is a practical implementation of the plans that the Institute approved for the way forward for the near future. I would like to wish you all possible successes and victory to us all. Alexander, thank you ever so much for this kind of exhortation for our efforts. We'll act on that. Now, the floor is given to the Kharkiv National Road Vehicle University Pro-Rector on Scientific Work, Professor Mykola Mikolevich. Welcome, please. We can see you. You're on air. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all, dear participants of this conference, on behalf of the Kharkiv National Road Transportation and Road Vehicles University. We're very glad to take part in your activities. Our university is proud of some comprehensive and long-term cooperation with this institution, Derkach project, and it's become traditional to take part in these events on an annual basis. Our conference is supposed to expand its academic and scientific geography. First of all, thanks to the good housekeeping, good organization, and it will most likely provide some very good substantiation and foundation for cooperation. Everybody's working on improving the road transportation area, the industry, which is very important for future recovery of Ukraine. For this, we're also actively cooperating with the European academic community, which is reflected by joint scientific projects. The creation of international training centers, and it also improves the quality of the graduates' knowledge and influences the whole industry. Subsequently, I'm sure that you will see potential resolutions to most important today's problems when it comes to improving vehicles design and improving conditions and safety traffic of the traffic. I would like to see lots of young scientists and we would like to find some common grounds among all the participants for further development of Ukrainian science. So let me wish all the scientists productive discussion, just to wish you the best scientific discussion, and I wish you world peace and have victory as soon as possible. Thank you, Mykola. And the next presentation, welcome presentation, will be delivered by the National Technical University Kharkiv Polytechnic. Evgeny Marchenko, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Deputy Rector, Professor, nominee of Ukraine State Prize for Science and Machinery Equipment. Andrei, welcome, please. Dear Viktor, dear colleagues, my greetings on this conference. And just want to point out, this is our joint festivity. This is the demonstration of us still being around and working around and being unbreakable and being resolving all the important issues of our state. The transportation issues come in plenty, and I'm sure that this discussion will reveal any some potential resolutions, and these problems, I would like to say, will be reiterated and will be attended or will be catered for. I would like to make a special emphasis that all the innovations of steady development, all the innovations, that's not only transportation, but it pertains to transportation as well. They cannot be dealt with, addressed without science and education. So I hope very much that this conference will provide some hefty momentum to enable universities further lively activities in the transportation area. The scarcity of personnel, scarcity of staff, as was mentioned by the previous speakers, pertains not only the transportation industry, but also this is an overall problem, a general problem, national. So, but I would like to add only because he actually meant all the problems of personnel scarcity, but I would like to place a special emphasis on highly qualified staff like engineers with engineering background, because that's a very important issue without that cannot remain unresolved. Otherwise, all the wonderful presentations and proposals they come forth in the presentations cannot be resolved. I wish you all, us all, victory, health, and welfare, and glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. We're moving along, and we would like to hear from the Vinnytsia National Technical University, from the rector, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, merited actor, player of science and machinery of Ukraine, Viktor Melnychenko. Well, as far as I can see, Viktor was connected, but now maybe she's got some problems. Then 10 seconds, okay? Okay, then let's go on. And I will make my requests, and I will try to deal with that because I can't see Ivan Demidov, who's going to speak next. Ivan Demidov from the Lviv Polytechnic. Now we got no Ivan here. Then the organizing committee needs to find out, but our next one, Artem, is with us, as far as I can see, and here comes some welcoming words from the national company, National Institute for Infrastructure Development, candidate of economic sciences, associate professor, an effective member of the Transport Academy of Ukraine. Artem, welcome please. Good afternoon, dear participants. I'd like to welcome you at this fourth scientific and practical conference, prospects of the road transportation and infrastructure development. Just to say that this conference is a wonderful platform used to not only present your developments and achievements, but also hear from their colleagues that work on road transportation and infrastructure problem. Of course, this conference is taking place in very difficult conditions, this full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. But anyway, however hard we would fail, it's very important to save and keep safe this scientific capacity that is owned by universities and our organizations. But it is obvious that science is today the most crucial progress driver, and it encompasses all the efforts towards recovery of new life for the society, and everyone of us who is not on the front line, like civilian life, we need to be worthy of their efforts, and we need to accumulate some powerful ideas for the development of road vehicles and transportation and infrastructure. We need to act properly in these conditions. We need to extrapolate our expertise, our knowledge. We need to deliver it to the production guys. We need to break the stereotypes that took shape recently in our society. Let's say that research people, academia people are not demanded, not necessary. You know, they cannot make a difference. But just the opposite, we can see a pretty powerful think tank and academia community able to make innovations. I represent the National Institute for Infrastructure Development. We were recently known as the Road Institute, State Road Institute, but in this year our domain was pretty much expanded by the ministry. We were rebranded, and now we're not only doing roads, vehicle roads, but also we're contributing to the development of different kinds of infrastructure objects. That's first of all fortification, constructs, tunnels, different protective constructs for energy objects. And our mission today is pretty straightforward and important. This is related to implementing innovations for the development infrastructure, and our main gain today, the top gain and achievement, is the team, the staff themselves that are working, and scientific community. It's important that we work on a whole number of projects with close collaboration with the Derkach Trans and National Transport University and Kharkov National Road University. It is important. It is important that the most important areas, directions of our efforts today is developing of both state construction norms and designs and technical standards. So in the recent years we managed to develop 13 state construction norms. We have also updated some that relates to construction and designing bridges, the spans. Very important to have some sort of support, scientific and practical support, when it comes to the construction of tunnels and fortifications and bridges, and innovative materials and technologies are therefore very important. The situation was in the beginning of the war that we had to examine and test bridges and roads. That was our objective, our job. That is very important for road vehicles, logistics being the key thing. And I'm proud actually that in the last 2 years our specialists explored 325 bridges already damaged by the migration. We issued recommendations as to further performance of those bridges, and we sort of most importantly we document the results of those explorations, examinations in our special database. We would like to welcome everybody to this kind of cooperation. This pertains to road traffic safety. It's very relevant, very important because we need to make such road infrastructure that would be important for the use of road vehicles. This is also the environmental issue, the ecology. This is the implementation and searching for new methods of managing industrial waste, for example, like demolition waste, war-driven waste. Digitalization is very important. The conference will pay serious attention to that issue. Has to be promoted. Has to move along. Without digitalization, without AI-driven transport systems, there is no prospect. So our team is contributing to the projects like innovation portal, innovation platform. This is very important. And today, in this uneasy time, we need to understand one key thing. We only have to incorporate and join together our efforts, work with international partners. We need to share best practices to promote all the available innovations. So I hope very much that the conference will end in not just the presentation of the results achieved, but pretty much developing some specific practical proposals and actions which will be important as assistance to both the legislative and the executive guys or ministries or the institution is among the institutions that take care of road transportation and infrastructure. I wish all the participants a fruitful, constructing, and interesting work. It's very good that within your conference you got some standalone section that concerns the road infrastructure. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to take part in this important section. I hope very much that everyone in this conference will find some interesting ideas and inspirations for the future undertakings. Thank you very much, Mykola, and I hereby take we have resumed our connection to the Vinnytsia National University. Rector of the Vinnytsia National Technical University, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, Emeritus figure of Science of Ukraine.
Good afternoon, good morning, glory to Ukraine. Dear participants, I'm happy to have the honor to attend this distinguished conference of representatives of the government, science, education and business. At the conference, there are more than 130 participants. This is a distinguished representation. Today, it's hard to organize a conference like this. Such an active participation in this conference demonstrates the high interest to it, and also demonstrates the high level of this conference. I am convinced today's conference becomes a site where education and science and business will have an ability to exchange the experience and share scientific achievements and also hear the opinion from other participants and also to find the common touching points, so maybe for joint research, because with more participants of the research, there is also growth of the efficiency, and we also have scientific achievements. Vinnytsia National Technical University participates both in training of the personnel for road transport. We train specialists for road transport, as well as transport technology, as well as the specialists. The car transport is today an important sector, which is urgently needed to support the victory of our country, as well as post-war recovery. That post-war recovery will be based on a new technical basis. For that, scientific research will be needed, as well as scientific results and the experience of other countries. I sincerely wish all conference participants a fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much, Viktor. I have the welcoming address and the introduction from Dutch Consulting, and Gratman, the Dutch Consulting Managing Director from the Netherlands, and she's present.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm very pleased to be able to be invited to this conference. Thank you for sending this invitation. This is a very important topic, the recovery and redevelopment of the transport sector in Ukraine. Ukraine is facing a challenge that we have not seen since the Second World War in terms of rebuilding and recovery. And how Ukraine meets this challenge is going to define both Ukraine and its recovery and its economy for many, many decades. A vital element of this recovery and redevelopment is going to be the legal framework within which this recovery and redevelopment takes place. And I'll give you an example of the importance of this legal framework. I've been working in Ukraine for several years now, more than 5 years, as it turns out. And one of the things that I've been doing is the development of a national transport master plan and a national transport model for Ukraine. However, there's very little by way of legislation and laws and acts and orders which require the use of models and data to support planning. And even the planning process itself is not very clear. How, for example, is the national transport strategy being developed? What is the legal basis for this? As I understand it, the National Transport Strategy 2030 was previously developed by a project. This is not the way it should continue in the future. But I will talk about this later in my presentation on the legal framework for the recovery and redevelopment. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for drawing attention to this very important topic and organizing this conference, and also for extending me an invitation and giving me an opportunity to talk. And I wish all the participants and the organizers a very successful conference. And of course, I look forward to the moment when peace will break out in Ukraine and things will be normalized. Unfortunately, we are conducting this conference online, and I hope in the future to be able to meet many of you, if not all of you, in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this wonderful welcoming address. We are happy to receive this proposal. It now happens that starting from 2020, first we had COVID-19, followed by the war, and in reality, not a single meeting of the conference was held offline, only online. And yet everybody is used to it. Even in the welcoming address, I discussed when we have discussions in the evening, some informal discussions, most people stay at home and using their tea and coffee. Virtualization takes place very deeply, penetrates very deeply, and actually we cannot go without it. I was informed that from National University of Lviv Polytechnic there is now connectivity.
Немає інформації.
Not yet.
Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues,
тоді ми переходимо
now we move
від частини вітань
from the welcoming address
доповідей.
to the presentations. And the first presentation of the plenary session is Volodymyr Kreidenko, Deputy Head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for Transport and Infrastructure, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, candidate of science in the field of public administration.
Бачив тільки що ви є.
Є, дякую.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm here with your permission. I would like to start my presentation. The name of the presentation, Parliament as an entity to formation of government policy in the field of road transport. Indeed, the road transport is one of the key sectors of the economy of Ukraine, which carries out the important role to ensure mobility of the population, transportation of goods, and support of Ukraine's integration into European economic space. Taking into account the geographical position of Ukraine, automotive transport is internal logistical instrument, also important component of international transport corridors within the initiative of Trans-European Transport Network. The current status of the sector is characterized by a number of problems, including obsolete infrastructure, imperfect legislation, lack of proper financing, and inefficient governance. Resolution of such problems would require integrated approach and concerted activities of all levels of the government, including the parliament, which plays a key function in formation of government policy in this field. The Parliament, as a legislative body, both creates the legislative framework and also defines the priorities for development of the transport sector by approving the state programs and the budgets. Also, it carries out parliamentary control over implementation of approved strategies and programs, which is a basis to ensure transparency and efficiency of the process of reform. The special role is played by the Parliament in the implementation of European standards and practices in the legislation of Ukraine, which is an important precondition of integration of the transport system of the country to international markets, approval of the laws focused on development of infrastructure, digitalization of the sector, reduction of environmental impact of transport, and improvement of road safety. Traffic safety is a prerequisite for long-term development of the sector. At the same time, the efficient activities of the Parliament in this field depends on quite many factors, including the level of political will, professional competence of MPs, availability of clear state strategy of development of road transport, and the mechanism of monitoring of its implementation. Those aspects define the importance of the role of the Parliament as an entity to formulate the government policy in the field of road transport. Analysis of legislative initiatives, international experience, and mechanism of parliamentary control will help to define the efficient ways of management of the transport system of Ukraine. An important aspect is that the Parliament, via the laws and regulations, formulates the basis for implementation of long-term strategies in the sector. The hypothesis which emerges within such research defines that availability of the efficient legislative framework developed by Parliament would ensure breaking investment for transport sector and its sustainable development, because for investors, availability of stable and predictable legislation is one of the most important factors to take decisions about financing of projects in the field of transport. Therefore, the role of the Parliament as a key body in that field is very important to ensure successful modernization and development of automotive transport in the country. One of the important draft legislation reviewed by Parliament is legislation 4560. The point of this draft legislation is to introduce licensing in the road transport in line with EU regulation 1071/2009, including requirements to professional competence, financial status, flawless business reputation of carriers, implementation of systems of certification of managers for transportation that would be responsible for organization of transportation, creation as a unified set of information systems to ensure transparency and control in the field of safety on motorway transport, improvement of safety of traffic by reduction of the number of accidents, maintenance and improvement of the conditions of accessing the carriers to the market. A special attention is deserved by the draft legislation on amendment of the law Ukrainian road transport to streamline the activity of bus stations. The number of draft legislation 1248. It includes clear definition of the term, the bus station, which includes requirements to infrastructure, the waiting rooms, cash desks, the platforms for boarding and boarding, places for parking, sanitation conditions, accessibility for low mobility groups of the public. This draft legislation sets mandatory standards for bus stations in line with European norms that will support improvement of quality of services for passengers and carriers. Fighting against illegal carriers via legalization of activity of bus stations and carriers will improve the income to the state budget. I have to note that of the same importance is implementation of the Directive 92/6/EC, which requires installation of devices for limiting the speed for buses and trucks. Implementation of the directive will help to reduce the number of road accidents and improve the level of safety on the motorways. Reduction of speed on the motorways will also support preservation of the road surface and reduction of CO2 emissions, which will be an important step for environmental protection. It's important to implement the Directive 2008/68/EU EC, which establishes requirements for the carriers of dangerous cargo. This is an important step to improve safety of transportation and protection of the environment. Fulfillment of that directive will make it possible to ensure conformity with international standards and reduce the risk of accidents during the transportation. Summarizing, one has to note that the Parliament plays a key role in formation of the state policy in the field of road transport via legislative initiatives and control over implementation of state strategies. The Parliament has an opportunity to ensure efficient development of the transportation system by adopting it to the international standards, innovative technologies and requirements. An important condition for success is creating a stable and foreseeable legislation and public administration, active cooperation with international financial institutions, which helps to involve investment to modernize the transportation system of Ukraine. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation, Mr. Volodymyr. I would like to refer to the conference participants. In the virtual room, there are 130 people. Do you have any questions to Mr. Volodymyr, Deputy Head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for Transport and Infrastructure? Maybe more questions come later. It's a tradition. From previous years, we understand everybody is busy. The agenda is very tight. Please connect to the discussion panel in the end of the working day. Maybe then we shall have questions and discussions. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for participation. I hope for further fruitful cooperation, and we are ready to extend a helping hand to provide all necessary support. Our intellectual resources of our institute can be provided to make sure we can move forward efficiently in a flexible manner, and also we can move towards victory. The next presentation, which is very interesting. Mr. Rahman, Director of DAS Consulting, Regulatory and Legal Framework for Development of Transport Sector of Ukraine. You are welcome. We can see you, and you have put your presentation on the screen.
Thank you. As I had said earlier, we're talking about the legal framework for the recovery of the transport sector in Ukraine. So I'm not a lawyer. I know a few things about the law, but maybe there are things which are different now in Ukraine because Ukraine is a fairly dynamic place right now in terms of changes that are taking place. So maybe not everything on this presentation is up to date, but I've tried to make it as up to date as possible. So the transport sector, in my opinion, is key. It's critical for economic growth. It's critical for the security of Ukraine. It's critical for regional connectivity. It is key for providing humanitarian aid, and it's going to be key in the post-war recovery. And I think all of you have seen and understand, I don't need to tell you folks, the importance of transport and transportation during this war. There are obviously huge challenges which Ukraine faces. There has been extensive damage to roads, rail, bridges, ports, you name it. Ukraine faces the challenge of reorienting its transportation links towards the EU. Then there's always the challenge of limited resources. And more importantly, use these limited resources most efficiently and effectively. And one of the things which is going to be very important in the post-war recovery is the ability to attract investments from the private sector. Regardless of how much aid you get or how many loans you get from international financial institutions or from governments on a bilateral basis, what is already very, very clear, and I underline this aid is not going to be sufficient for rebuilding the transport sector. You are going to have to attract private sector investments. And finally, there is an urgent need to align with European standards. So while there are challenges, there's also an opportunity. And the opportunity is to create a transport sector which is more efficient, is more affordable, is technologically advanced. There's absolutely no reason why Ukraine cannot and should not become a world leader in this area. Create a transport sector that is green. And last, but definitely not least, a transport sector that is resilient. And resilient not just to issues related to climate change, because resilience is a concept and a term that is often used when we talk about climate change, but also resilient to any potential future threats that Ukraine may face from its neighbor. Because this neighbor, unfortunately, is not going away. We may be able to tame it, but it's still going to be present. So you need to develop a system, transport system that is resilient. It's important. Investment in transport infrastructure is absolutely vital for economic growth and also for the competitiveness of the Ukrainian economy. What is very clear is that improvements in the transport infrastructure increase capacity, efficiency, and also very important, reliability. They lower transport costs, they reduce travel times, and this allows business to grow. And all of this essentially leads to increased competitiveness and economic growth. So I underline investments in improving the transport infrastructure are extremely important for the post-war recovery, not just of the transport sector, but of the Ukrainian economy as a whole, and Ukraine as a country. And it somewhat concerns me that the recent reorganizations tend, and I can understand to an extent why, they tend to focus more on things other than the transport infrastructure. There's some focus on improving the border posts and border controls and improving the capacity of these to permit more efficient flows across these border posts. But I think some more serious thought needs to be given about the shape and scope of the changes and improvements that need to be made in the transport sector once this war is over. I'm just going to take you through the planning and project life cycle because this is how I will discuss the legal framework. So planning basically starts with needs assessment and formulating strategy and policy. Once you have a strategy and policy, you can formulate projects, carry out feasibility analysis of projects, environmental analysis, and identify financing. once you have done all this, it helps you procure these projects. And you can do that based on quality, price or cost, technical merit, and what have you. And finally, there's an issue of implementation for timely delivery within the budget, and very important, consistent with the specifications. And lastly, once you have finished the implementation of a project, you should be able to monitor the functioning and performance of the project and evaluate its performance. And all of these boxes require a legal framework. And I'll walk you through them. I look at some of the Ukrainian laws which are currently there and identify some of the deficiencies which need to be remedied or addressed going forward. So let's take planning. We have the law of Ukraine transport. We have a national transport strategy. And more recently, there's a Ukraine facility plan, which requires an update of the transport strategy. But there are no legal requirements for planning at this level. There's no legal requirement to plan at the national or the regional level. There's also no requirement for using data or models. So one can ask, how are these strategies and policies formulated? How are these plans developed? Also, there's no really systematic and integrated process at the national and regional levels. And what this results in is I would say, a jigsaw puzzle of plans at the national level and at the regional level. It leads to conflicting priorities, and it's not entirely clear which priorities prevail and why. And finally, there's little reliable data. There is data, but it's not very reliable. It's not complete. And it's certainly not adequate for supporting serious multi-level planning at the national and regional level in an integrated framework, which integrates the different modes of transport. And this is what is required for the transport sector. Then, if we look at the project, we have the commercial, we have the law of Ukraine, norms and rules. We have the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, very recently, number 378. But there are big differences in Ukrainian laws and the European and international standard. For example, in Ukraine, the concept of technical and economic justification is not really prevalent. And it does not match the concept of feasibility of infrastructure projects as it is used in Europe. There are also not very effective procedures for choosing which projects should be undertaken and implemented on a priority basis, on the basis of economic analysis, including the performance of the projects. So this concept of extensive feasibility studies doesn't really exist in Ukraine. I'll give you an example from the Netherlands, where I am from. In the Netherlands, when we undertake a project which is of national importance, meaning it is larger than a certain size, the planning for this project is undertaken for years, sometimes for decades. We complain that the planning takes way too long. But this planning ensures that once it is decided to go ahead and implement the project proceeds very smoothly. Typically, it is completed on time, often within budget, sometimes even under the budget. And it performs as forecast. And this is very important. So the time and money that you spend in planning projects is usually a very, very small fraction of the time and money spent on implementing projects. And this time and money spent on planning is worth its weight in gold. But in order to pursue this, you need to have some legal requirements requiring the use of certain procedures and data and models and what have you. Similarly, for procurement, there are various laws which are there for procurement in Ukraine. But they are, again, like I said, not very effective procedures for choosing amongst these projects and amongst the tenders based on criteria which are usually used in feasibility studies in the EU. And what is also problematic is that the approach in Ukraine is fairly standard across sectors. And this should not be the case because the sectors are quite different. And finally, there is little by way of a provision for managing projects effectively. And this is usually not part of the tender documents which are put out for public procurement. Finally, on the implementation part, again, you have a series of laws, very extensive laws. I'm actually in the process of reviewing much of these laws and the legal framework for the transport sector in Ukraine. But the legal norms in the construction, except for roads, are quite weak. And I would propose that Ukraine should adopt and use international forms of contracts which are fairly standard. For example, the FIDIC contracts. And there's another deficiency which needs to be addressed going forward, and that is that the relationship between the procurer and the contractor is not very well defined, and it's sort of difficult to enforce. And some attention needs to be given to this in particular as you go forward, because Ukraine is going to see a lot of construction going forward. So what's the way forward? Well, planning. Clearly, here a law is needed. There should be a development national traffic and transport plan for Ukraine. And this plan should be coordinated with the plans which are developed at the level of an oblast, or maybe even lower, a rayon, for example. And this plan should be used to develop a multi-year program of work. This process, the legal process and the legal requirement for this plan should specify the data and analysis which has to be used for developing the plan. And it should also develop the process that actually has to be undertaken for developing the plan. And finally, the criteria that are used to select projects, actual concrete project are you going to include in this plan for implementation? These criteria must. And the second very important part, Ukraine needs some legal framework collecting data to transport policy. Now, Ukraine, the State Office of Statistical Services collects data from various agencies and organizations within the Ukrainian government in line with the obligations that it has towards Eurostat. However, this data is by far not adequate for making transport policy. It's not adequate for assessing the feasibility of projects. Even national projects cannot be assessed using this data. So, for example, Ukraine does not conduct a household travel survey. Ukraine does not conduct a commodity flow survey. And yet, you have a huge network of roads, bridges, and other transport infrastructure. How do you plan this? I don't know. But anyway, what is very important is some laws which require these things to happen in Ukraine going forward. In terms of project formulation, the Ukrainian legislation should be adapted to become more consistent with EU regulation, particularly with regard to the 10T networks. The planning principles and priorities of EU regulation and directives should be adopted. And it should be required for Ukrainian cities, especially larger cities, to develop sustainable urban mobility plans. Ukraine should adopt international guidelines, best practices for project feasibility. And there are several of these guidelines around, and there's a lot of expertise in Ukraine. You should assess which one suits Ukraine best and adopt these guidelines. And finally, a lot of the standards are fairly old. They need to be updated with regard to construction, with regard to the rolling stock, and with regard to the safety and security.
Що стосується
For procurement, there are various EU directives, and I think in the interest of time, I am not going to go through each one of these. But what is important is the framework for procurement should become more consistent as Ukraine moves forward in its accession process to the European Union. And the aim of most of this is to make procurement more transparent, more efficient, and more based on criteria with the projects which are needed and perform well. And this is what Ukraine should strive for. In terms of implementation, I've already mentioned contractual relationships on projects in the transport sector need some and need to be improved and made clearer. Again, I will propose, as Ukraine moves forward in its accession process, to adapt its legal framework as possible to facilitate an implementation of projects. So let me, by reiterating, underlining the importance of the transport sector, the recovery of Ukraine as a country and of the economy. The transport sector can and should become much more efficient, reliable, and competitive than what it was before this war. This is a challenge as well as an opportunity. And finally, the legal framework can contribute in a big way to helping in efficiency, reliability, and competitiveness of the Ukrainian transport. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions if there are, or you can reach out to me later, whatever works. I'm not going to be able to stay very long because I'm actually going to get on a flight to start my journey to Kyiv in a couple of hours. Thank you.
Дякую. Дякую за
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, very rich in contents. As to questions, once we have any, we will make sure to formulate them when it comes to the panel and in written form. Also in the chat, everybody knows how to do it, and I wish you to connect to Kyiv happily and safely. And the next presentation we have will be the development of steady, resilient pathways for the cargo transportation sector in Ukraine. And this presentation will be made by Mykola, political analyst for U.S. Transport Modeling, International Transport Forum. And I would like to ask... Welcome, please, dear speaker. Thank
you very much. Let me share my slides. Go ahead and get started. All right, I hope everyone can see my screen. So hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Nick Karras. I'm a policy analyst at the International Transport Forum at the OECD. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today, share some of the work that we're doing in collaboration with the Ukrainian government to help plan for the recovery of the road freight sector in Ukraine. I'm grateful to the conference organizers for this excellent program and for the invitation to speak to you today. And quickly, for those who aren't familiar, the International Transport Forum, or ITF, is an international organization with 69 member countries, including Ukraine, that works to promote transport policies that improve people's lives. And it's actually quite fitting that I'm presenting after Dr. Adnan Ramad, as our work is entirely aimed at with the project planning process that he described so well. So first, I just wanted to share a few words on our broader efforts in Ukraine. Almost exactly 1 year ago, the ITF and 4 of our member countries officially launched a mechanism called the Common Interest Group for Transport in Ukraine to coordinate assistance from the international community on Ukraine's transport needs. It seeks to address both short-term material needs, whether that's a new substation to power a civilian airfield or the construction of rest areas for bus and truck drivers. But it also seeks to carry out long-term research and analysis projects that will provide insights, tools, and capacity building for policymakers in Ukraine's transport sector. These cover all modes of transport, but today, given the audience, I'll be focusing on our road transport project. So as we know, Ukraine faces many complex and difficult challenges ahead, but there's also been a tremendous pledge of resources from the international community to help with infrastructure restoration. And not only that, there has also been strong political support from Ukraine's allies to support the recovery of Ukraine's international trade. This abundance of funding, of political support, and of existing infrastructure plans means that many decisions must be made about where to allocate resources. And where there are several overlapping and intersecting goals for restoring the freight sector, it can be challenging to determine which projects should be implemented immediately and which can wait a little while longer. So consider just the first 2 goals shown here, post-war restoration and European integration. In some cases, those might conflict with each other. Does funding go towards rebuilding a railway bridge or a new standard gauge railroad to connect to the Polish border in the west? Given that this is an entirely new situation, there are simply no existing prioritization frameworks that address these types of issues. And finally, there's a risk of trying to do everything all at once, working on a number of individual projects that don't necessarily add up to a coherent strategy for long-term prosperity. Freight transport infrastructure fundamentally operates as a network, so it's important to consider projects simultaneously and understand their relationship to one another. And the conversations we've been having with our partners in Ukraine and other stakeholders have reinforced this point. They all agree that project prioritization is one of the key elements of a successful restoration effort. So at the high level, the project that we're working on is broken down into 3 essential objectives. The first objective is an assessment of the current state of freight infrastructure in the country and an opportunity to learn from Ukraine about the plans and goals for building back better. This will give us the background that we need to develop the framework. And here's where we've made the most progress to date. Then the second objective is to design the prioritization framework. It will answer questions such as how to identify the priority projects when there are many overlapping and intersecting considerations, and how can this huge number of projects that have been involved in national plans be incorporated into a coherent development strategy. This framework will be tailored to the specific context of restoration and realignment in Ukraine. And then the final objective is to take the framework developed under the second objective and apply it to some possible policy pathways and key corridors for a sustainable freight transport sector as a practical illustration of how the framework can be used. So under the first objective, we're in the process of reviewing the condition of surface freight infrastructure in Ukraine, including but not limited to damage from the war. We will not try to redo the work of others who are tracking this closely on the ground, but rather learn from their exercises and focus specifically on what the damage means for the future of freight transport in Ukraine. Then we're working with our colleagues in Ukraine to understand the different goals for the surface freight transport sector. This includes reviewing existing and forthcoming national plans and strategies, and this step will ultimately inform the criteria in the assessment framework. Then lastly, we've also prepared a map of stakeholders involved in the restoration of Ukraine, and we're in the process of setting up interviews over the next couple of months. This process will help to ensure that our recommendations consider the perspectives of all of the actors in the sector and their roles and responsibilities in long-term recovery. I actually want to use my platform here to officially invite anyone in the audience. If you have a perspective you'd like to share about the future of road freight transport in Ukraine, please do reach out to me. I'll provide my email at the presentation, and we would really value your input. And I'm also glad to be presenting after Dr. Ramad, as we are leaning on the excellent work of his team for our quantitative analysis. The national transport model gives us a detailed understanding of both the existing infrastructure and where there are likely to be challenges or bottlenecks due to the future demand for freight transport. The link level data that they've shared with us will allow us to quantify existing capacity and expected demand for corridors across the country. Any bottlenecks that will about further development of the freight sector will get greater prioritization. And this quantitative analysis will also give us, and ultimately our Ukrainian partners, a better understanding of where national level policies might be needed or what kind of impact they might have. Then, as I mentioned, we're also very interested in qualitative insights that come from in-depth discussions with the stakeholders in the sector. We've already begun our outreach. Love to speak to as many people as possible. And this really has two goals. First, we aim to capture the perspectives of a diverse group of stakeholders when it comes to the prioritization of freight projects and policies in Ukraine. In the freight sector, it's especially important to include the private operators and freight forwarders, as they have the best firsthand knowledge of the challenges on the ground. Then second, our proposed policy pathways will include a high-level implementation plan, including the potential role of various actors when it comes to sustainable recovery of the freight sector in Ukraine. So understanding how they relate to one another and fit into the policy development process will help us to develop recommendations for streamlining policy implementation. Then the second objective of the project is to actually design the prioritization framework. And this is the major conceptual contribution of the project. The design will be determined in consultation with our Ukrainian partners, but we've agreed that it will take the form of a multi-criteria assessment that combines quantitative factors and qualitative factors. This will allow it to balance different development goals and benefit from the available data and forecasts. Now, there are many existing frameworks. The diagram shows here represents an OECD infrastructure governance approach developed in 2021. The World Bank, of course, has their infrastructure prioritization framework, but it's our position and the position of our Ukrainian partners that the unprecedented challenges facing the surface freight sector in Ukraine cannot be addressed by the framework. So we plan to adapt these existing frameworks, keeping the principles that have guided infrastructure decisions for many decades: efficiency, implementation costs, environmental impact, while also updating the methodology so that decision-making is aligned with the principles of post-war recovery and European integration. Then under the third objective, we will apply the assessment framework to identify potential policy pathways for sustainable development. In this application, we will assess projects and policies that have already been proposed or planned by the Ukrainian government, as well as some proven policies that are highly likely to be in the Ukrainian context. I'll get into the details in a minute, but we've been reviewing historical experiences as well as other global initiatives to see what our partners in Ukraine can learn when it comes to transport infrastructure recovery and decarbonizing freight transport. Under this objective, we will also discuss the risks associated with each policy in the highly uncertain context of post-war restoration. And lastly, we want to address the issue of implementation as well. Now, a detailed plan is outside of the scope of this project, but we plan to include high-level timelines for different policies, the responsibilities of each stakeholder, and the level of resources that might be required. Now, as I mentioned, we're in the process of looking at relevant historical examples of infrastructure investment in post-conflict and post-disaster conditions so that we can understand the dynamics and replicate the successes and avoid repeating any mistakes. Post-war reconstruction efforts, especially in transport infrastructure, play a critical role in economic recovery and regional reintegration. There are several historical, but perhaps the most relevant is the reconstruction of transport corridors in the Western Balkans after the conflicts in the 1990s. This is an example of simultaneous post-war recovery and regional reintegration, where the EU, along with several investment banks, led efforts to rebuild and modernize road and rail links to reconnect the region with European trade networks. The pan-European transport corridors, which are the predecessors to today's 10T corridors, proved to be helpful, but perhaps not sufficient in this effort. Then Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to the destruction of infrastructure, disruption of public services, and damage to social fabric in ways that have some similarities to the destruction caused by natural hazards. And for the hardest hit areas, we're exploring lessons that can be learned from infrastructure investment and prioritization in the context of major disaster recovery, including the 2011 Tohoku tsunami in Northeast Japan. Then finally, we're reviewing the experiences of major trade reorientation during accession to the European Union, most recently by Romania, Bulgaria. And this can help us estimate how transport demand might change and also the potential challenges with transitioning to European transport regulations. And then finally, we're also reviewing lessons that can be learned from academic research and the experiences of our member countries. So here I'm just focusing on policy approaches for reducing the environmental impact of freight transport, which is part of Ukraine's national climate goals and commitments. Now, our organization has done a lot of work in this area recently, and from a policy perspective, we typically consider 5 levers that any national government might use. The ones that are most relevant to this conversation are policies that would affect vehicle utilization and energy efficiency. So here are some examples of how it can be applied in Ukraine. For example, vehicle utilization can be improved by reducing the number of empty runs. The EU has seen some success in improving load factors by coordinating less than truckload shipments across different carriers. Then energy efficiency is another powerful lever. 2 ways to improve energy efficiency is to reduce the waiting times at the borders, which also means lower cost for shippers, and also by using vehicles that are more fuel efficient. So that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'll leave you with our hope for the long-term impacts that we aspire to deliver through this. First, an actionable framework for prioritizing projects that is used by decision makers to guide policymaking and investments. Second, a future in which freight infrastructure projects contribute to Ukrainian national development goals, such as economic growth and European integration. And last, but certainly not least, a set of policies with implementation plans that ultimately produce a sustainable and prosperous freight sector in Ukraine. So that concludes my presentation, and please feel free to reach out to myself or the project team with any questions. Thanks.
Так, шановні учасники.
Well, dear participants, you're welcome with your questions, please, for Nicholas. I know that I can't see any hands raised. I assume we're going to have some questions later. Put them up for our discussion panel if you can be present during it, because it's sometimes not very comfortable. But the schedule is scheduled. So thank you for your interesting presentation. We're now switching to the next presentation. This will be scientific and practical aspects of articulated trucks and transport companies by Professor Kafin and Tatiana Volkova from Kharkov National Roads and Vehicles University. I can see Yuri here. Yes, you're here. You're ready. Welcome, please. Good afternoon, good morning, dear colleagues. Please let me deal with scientifically practical aspects. And so today we're going to talk about the mechanism of restructuring of the pork and articulated trucks, and there is the development of scientific and practical recommendations on which I would like to stop, which I would like to talk about more in detail. There are scientists contributing to the scientific research, and this faculty is the youngest one. We have about 1,000 graduate students, and our BA and MA program includes 3 chairs on transport technology specialty. We have a transport technology chair, transport systems and logistics, and the chair of transport traffic and traffic safety. We have a total of 55 professors, a total of 1,000 plus graduate students, and the staff potential, the staff capacity. That's a great problem. So this faculty was created back in 2004, and during this time we have implemented 3 comprehensive personnel programs, and we achieved 65 candidates dissertations and 9 doctors dissertations. So 90% of the staff has a professor status with different scientific degrees. And number 2, we paid a lot of attention to professional training of our teachers and professors. And back in 92, 93, I was invited to take the post of deputy director of a transport company. I gained my practical expertise. I know by how much this will provide and contribute to and provide for higher quality of studies. So we have created the 2 conditions and situation to for our teachers, for our professors to gain practical experience. Many of them opened their own companies, designing companies. They're developing projects to improve the road network of Kharkov. We're using both professors and graduate students to develop and implement papers, so-called contractual papers, and those practical recommendations or guidelines as to the improvement of passenger and cargo and freight transportation, which was implemented in many cities of our country. Today I'm going to talk about scientific and practical aspects of the fleet structure of articulated vehicles of freight companies. I'm very grateful to the Derkach Trans for the information that you can see on this slide. This is the quantity and quality of transport Ukraine's transportation. We needed to create a modern database which will be the foundation for further scientific research. This structure of vehicle fleets says that up to like 2 to 9 vehicles, that's 46%, which is the specific weight, the last column says, of the companies of the industry. So you can see the percentage, 10 to 49, that's the fleet size, and in all, over 100,000 carriers were registered in Ukraine. This breakdown and this information shows that only 0.559% of the companies have big fleets, but in general, 1.5% is a mid-sized company, but the others include very small and very small companies, property form, and almost 89% private individuals and 11% legal entities. This structure results in a loss of administrative leverage when it comes to managing the transport industry, and this is a big problem. So one can pinpoint the most pressing issues that leads of transportation companies faced with. First of all, there's a great number of barely breaking even little companies. Number two is poor management. Number three, there are too many very small companies with not enough resources for quality performance doing their work and maintenance of vehicles. Also, there is a low level of performance when it comes to using vehicle fleets, which are results which is provided by the poor resources, materials, and that causes a rise in road accidents and their severity. Apart from that, so one should mention that when it comes to modern conditions, our region's transportation companies lead complain about the absence of particular methodological developments and practical guidelines to improve the performance of those companies and improve their for better performance. So according to this institution's data, that 73% of vehicles belonging to the state are pretty much obsolete, and they require replacement. And there should be a systemic approach and special methodology to present to the modern enterprises or companies as a group of leading or managing subsystem and managed subsystem, and also by using a comprehensive approach we can present a range of processes that are being pursued in our companies for freight and passenger carriage, and the structure also includes the process, transportation process for hauling passengers and freights, then maintenance, then doing maintenance which is necessary for the basic whole process. Those maintaining processes, higher level repair. There are also managerial processes that are implemented with the purpose of managerial purposes of planning, organization, motivation, and control, and all these processes are being implemented to manage the most important auxiliary and other processes. So we need to pinpoint a couple conditions for efficient performance, for good performance of a modern transport company. It will provide for a high performance given there is a good condition. It's like effective operation, systemic approach, as we have seen. This is the incorporation of productive structure and managerial structure, and efficient performance is provided by high level of economic activity and household management of modern companies. So we need to rank and define the most important factors that have the most impact on the performance of modern transportation companies. We can see in the slide that the production structure is not the most crucial factor that contributes to the operations in a company. And also in the slide we've just seen is the process of hauling passengers or freights, and it is impossible, for example, to provide for a good performance of a transportation company in case the fleet of vehicles is obsolete or has some outdated body types or other parts types, and the result of which the transportation company cannot provide for high level service to its customers. This way we think
it's important for us to define the main stages to improve the efficiency of the modern transport company. First of all, the most important factor is ensuring the rational structure of the fleet of the rolling stock. After that, if we ensure it, we need to ensure a high level of development of the facilities to organize on the high level of the maintenance and repair. And also it's important for the modern company to improve the structure of management of the modern transport company, and also the processes of improvement of the processes of the mechanism of management. The fairness of that conclusion is the most important factor to be believed as improvement of the fleet of the rolling stock is confirms our conclusion of the study, which was held by Kyiv-based authors Kalybovchuk Browser. The information is obsolete, and I will come back to it once again. Those studies were held while analyzing the work of the transportation companies of Ukraine, yet in the period of the planned economy. Nowadays, in the period of transition to the market economy, such studies must be done. And I believe that this is one of the most important matters for the development of the transport science, to define most efficient directions and factors that influence the efficient work of the companies of the sector. Currently, we can see that the authors have defined three most important factors that influence the efficiency of the transport company. And the most important factor is the equipment of the transport production. Similar studies were held by Kharkiv-based scientists of the University of the Engineering and Economics of the city of Kharkiv, who, in the period of transition to the market conditions, have determined the main factors which affect the efficiency of the market-based companies. And we can see, as we analyze this diagram, that quite a big impact is made by organizational factors of the transport company. As a result of this approach, on the Department of Transport Technology, we developed the methodology of forming the rational transport structure by the example of cargo transport companies, freight transport companies. That scientific paper was placed in our training manuals. We have implemented this into the practical educational process, and we provide the practical laboratory classes for the implementation of this methodology. This methodology was developed in line with the recommendations by request of the leaders of car transportation companies. We actively cooperate with them, the employers, as the stakeholders, as the customers, and we keep cooperating with them. And this ensures that we analyze what they wish, and we implement the training process. We implement our outcomes into the educational process, and we did it according to the recommendations of the managers of automotive transport companies of City of Kharkiv. The methodology includes several stages. On the first stage, we propose to develop, to analyze the composition and structure of the existing motor transport company, and such a structure can be provided by different features. On this slide, there is an example of building the composition of the fleet by type of trunk. Similar tables can be made characterizing the composition of the fleet by cargo lifting capacity, type of engine. None of those approaches makes it possible to make the assessment of the level of rationality of the composition of the fleet. In our education institution by Professor Golovanenko and Professor Zharova, there was an attempt to give the assessment of the level of the rationality of formation of the fleet of rolling stock of freight transport companies. This is based on the coefficient of the conformity of the structure to the structure of freight being transported in the denominator of this coefficient. It's a conformity coefficient or the coefficient of rationality of building the fleet of rolling stock. This is a ratio in the numerator, the capacity, in the denominator, the total volume of transportation provided by the customer for transportation by particular type of the chunk. And here, in the end of the page, we can see the meaning. If it is 1, it means 100%. The freight carrying capacity of the transport company corresponds to requirements of the customer by the volume of transported. If it exceeds 0, it shows mismatch of the structure of fleet with the requirements of the customers, of the consumers of transport services. And this demonstrates the excess of the vehicles in the structure of fleet. If it is below 1, it demonstrates that we have a deficit. We don't have sufficient number of vehicles in order to ensure the needs secure the needs of customers for motorway transportation. We developed the methodology, and we can see that by the example of the specific company, we can make conclusions. Just for one type of trunk, there's the conformity of 100% of the structure of the transportation company to the structure of cargo. For the other types of trunk, there is an excess or deficit of the vehicles. This demonstrates that the structure of fleet is not rational, and next steps are needed to ensure a set of works to improve the existing structure of the fleet. There is the algorithm to do the work to collect the data and define such indicators of the coefficients of the rationality of building the car fleet by each type of trunk. After fulfillment of such scope of work, and the conclusions, we can see that the structure of fleet is not rational, and it's necessary to do more studies. Therefore, on the next stage, it's necessary for us to collect the necessary data for each of the customers, including the volume of transportation, the distance of transportation, and portions of cargo. On the next stage, we need to define the conformity of the range of goods with the type of rolling stock. This is defined for each customer of transportation services. On the next stage, we define 5 to 6 models of the most up-to-date vehicles, which are necessary for the study. And on the next stage, it's necessary for us to define the criteria to choose the most efficient models of the rolling stock. On the transport technology, based on transport technology, we develop the software, and we have developed the software, and with it, we recommend to choose the most efficient models for particular customer under particular conditions of operation of the rolling stock. In this case, we are using one of the factors and one of the criteria which under the market conditions are most feasible, as we believe. And that criteria is the profit from transportation of 1 ton of cargo. Therefore, our software is implemented with the use of the criterion which is profit from transportation. On the next slide, we can see the results of the study with the help of the software product, and in a similar manner we build the diagrams for the choice of most efficient models of the rolling stock for each types of the trunk, including the open platforms as well as the tank trucks and including the automotive trains. We need to define the types of vehicles, most efficient models, and we need to define the necessary number of vehicles which must be provided to each of the customers. On the ninth stage, based on the existing car fleet, fleet of the vehicles. On the next stage, based on the feasibility studies, we need to define the rational structure of the fleet of the rolling stock, and based on the analysis, with first and ninth stage, we do comparative analysis, and we define recommendations for improvement of the composition and structure of the fleet of rolling stock. Therefore, we can make conclusions that currently, under conditions of the activity of particular transport companies, the important are the following: the further scientific works in the following directions. First of all, we need to find the most proper forms and methods for the organization of transport companies and to improve the system of management of them, both in the territorial aspect as well as horizontally as well as vertically. Horizontally, the territorial aspect, it's possible, and also we cooperate with the leaders of companies of the sector. There is a request that we create either unification in the form of association or corporation that would make it possible, would enable us to unite and to manage the transport sector in a more efficient way and on the better level of feasibility of doing the works. Also, there is a need for further studies and to define the optimal size of companies of our sector. Those studies have not been held for quite a while. Yet in 1985, when I defended my thesis, we defined the rational size of transportation companies of the largest cities of the former USSR, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and other cities. And similar studies have not been carried out by our university. We would be interested to find the partners, to find the counterparts for further research. It's also interesting to continue the research and to define the new directions of the efficiency, impact on the efficiency of the activity of companies of the sector. And also it's necessary to define the optimal time frame of operation of the rolling stock. There were the studies carried by our scientists, and there's a maximum term of operation of automotive camions, 15 to 16 years used in the international transportation, 17 to 18 years for Volvo, Mercedes, and so on. Such studies will need to be also updated, and we need to fulfill them based on the modern models, using the modern models of the research. And the last thing I would like to say, this is the fact that we most probably, together the scientists and the state research institutes, we need to create the uniform base of verified data that will be a basis for further scientific research. Thank you for attention. The scientists of the research institute are ready and are open to continue the joint scientific work, scientific research. Our contacts are available to the conference organizers, and we shall be happy to see proposals and we are ready to join cooperation.
Дякую, Юрій Апанасович і Тетяна Вікторівна, за
Thank you for this wonderful, contentful presentation.
Дякую. Шановні колеги, сьогодні
Dear colleagues,
Національна академія наук
today the National Academy of Science is represented by presentation of Mr. Dubinsky, the advice of the President of the National Academy of Science, the presentation of innovative approach to renewal and improvement of resilience of transport infrastructure of Ukraine, the use of smart materials and digital technology.
Юрій Петрович, ви в нашому етері. Прошу.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. My presentation is not that well-grounded. Unlike the previous one, indeed a lot of work was done, yet we would like to outline the promising interactions by which we plan the cooperation in the future. Before the full-scale aggression, the condition of transport infrastructure was characterized with a lot of wear and tear of the rolling stock. This is a problem for other countries as well. If you analyze transport infrastructure in Europe and United States, they also had quite a lot of investment after the Second World War or the period of Great Depression. The aging of the infrastructure was defined as the United Nations, and one of the problems of the millennium, one of the millennium challenges. Within the program of Great Construction program improved the situation, yet the overall lifespan of our infrastructure remained too below. Since the beginning of full-scale aggression, destruction of transport infrastructure was of large scale and required urgent measures for recovery. At the same time, the programs of post-war recovery of the country would include recovery of critical infrastructure on a better qualitative level, for which donors are ready to spend 30 to 40% of funds more. This is confirmed by our negotiations with the World Bank and other donors within the international sites, as they understand that spending for recovery of infrastructure in the shape as it was before is not feasible, because any infrastructure that will be built now in the future will require more human resources for its maintenance. Therefore, the objective is to make this infrastructure less costly in the long-term cycle of operation. Therefore, the infrastructure of this kind must be different by new qualitative level and time frame of operation and the cost of operation. The ways to achieve such indicators will be the use of the so-called resource materials and digital technology. By the resource materials, we mean both the materials of higher term of operation and the features of self-recovery, and also smart materials equipped with sensors that make it possible to monitor its conditions by various parameters. The materials of self-recovery, the so-called self-healing materials, piezoelectric materials, photocatalytic coatings. The examples of such materials which are used for motorways, smart asphalt, smart concrete, and the interest of it is growing. Ukraine negotiates with the EU about the program of resource materials. Starting from 2014, as I was the national coordinator of the Horizon 2020 program, and we have drawn the attention of the European Commission about the need to develop such materials to improve the infrastructure. Therefore, the use of resource materials, along with implementation of measures of digitalization of the infrastructure, will make it possible to keep track of the current indicators online and also gather statistics about degradation of infrastructure time-wise and its response to various stress factors. Aggregation and processing of the big areas of such data, also while they're using the instruments of AI, will help to receive interesting, valuable, predicted information about the behavior, materials, and structure they have been built of. of both particular facilities and the entire infrastructure. This will help to improve the resilience of critical transport infrastructure of the country and help optimizing the cost of its maintenance by implementation of preventive measures for its operation and repair. By resilience, we understand the ability of the system to recover after the external destructive impact, also to improve its stress stability after the overcoming such impact. The theory of resilience, which was first developed within cyber systems, now would include accumulation and using the experience, a combination of the resource, smart materials, information materials theory of resilience will improve the quality, reliability, and lifespan of operation of the transport infrastructure. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Georgi, for this presentation. As for our agenda, we can ask the questions now to Georgi about his presentation or for the discussion panel. Unless you have questions now, then I invite you at the end of the day to the discussion panel. I believe that even the name of the presentation is interesting and including its contents. I believe there will be questions and we shall ask them and you will answer. Dear colleagues, we move forward. I would like to navigate you that we still have about 20 presentations. Now we shall try to make 2 or 3 presentations before the lunch break, and after that we shall have quite an intense schedule that we can manage to fulfill our today's plan. Moreover, the conditions of uncertainty about power supply, air alerts, and so on. Nowadays, there is a presentation which I will make.
Я сподіваюсь, видно.
I hope you can see it. The presentation is
така потужна реверберація. Наша доповідь, яку я зараз презентую,
the presentation I'm going to make now. Probably it will be the first for today, which will be made into formats. The first format is a brief one, actually the presentation, the promotion of the presentation, followed by the full version, which is intended for 60 minutes, and therefore it will be placed on internet resources additionally. I would like to note that this presentation is focused on such a circle of matters of the road transport sector, which our institute has to do. I will necessarily also present our institute. In the brief part, up to 12 minutes, I will focus on some matters of the main part, and in the white part we shall make the white presentation where we shall describe all of the components of the matters that were quoted in the name of the presentation. I will also briefly focus on the matters of information about our institute, the State Institute of Road Transport Research, the general aspects of activity in the road transport sector, and also the regulatory and legal system of the Organization of the United Nations, European Union, in the field of motor transport. And in more detail, I will focus on the matters which today are in the beginning phase of the research. They are just being developed. We have a lot to work on. This is a matter of intellectual transport system and cybersecurity.
в якості в якості епіграфу чи замість епіграфу я використаю цей слайд.
I will use this slide as a foreword,
Як
which shows
залежність кількості
how
загиблих ДТП
the number of victims of traffic accidents per million of the population for comparison of Ukraine. It's also merging the data, not actually comparison between Ukraine and the EU.
в країнах Європейського
In the countries of the EU,
цей показник достатньо
this indicator
різний від 22
is quite different from 22, even 21. And yet those are countries located on the European continent and yet are not members of the EU. Therefore, from 22 to 82, that's Bulgaria, as I understand, and also in Ukraine for 2023, that indicator is 83. Actually, we are in the most shameful situation from the point of such indicators. We have the highest level of victims in the road sector per million of the population, 83. I would like to say that in the brief presentation and the extended presentation, there is a question of what to do about it and how to do, who has to do it, and when shall we expect the results, this indicator at least reduced by a dozen of positions. As during the war, we are used to quite many of our types of activities are now measured by military mathematics. Therefore, accordingly, I made here the estimate how much do we lose these days if we lose 83 per 1 million, and how much would it be if at least on average 46. It's hard to calculate, and yet I decided to calculate its mechanized brigades. Now I will not show the detailed estimates, just by men, not including the women. We are losing one mechanized brigade, military brigade. For 3 years of the war, we have lost excessively, due to this very high indicator, 3 mechanized brigades, which are so badly needed on the front line. As a second one, it will be about how we cope with that shameful condition. The second component of the situation that we have as of today, which is not very good, is the impact of road transport on the environment. I will not be quoting all these numbers. They are quite obvious. And yet, I would like to say that the number of victims of traffic accidents 15 times higher than the number of deaths in every war. Emotionally, the war for us is in our eyesight, and yet traffic accidents kill more people than any war. That's the indicator for the EU. As for the contents, there are 3 pages of the report. I am just make a short presentation. I will only publish the first and fourth paragraph, first from fourth, first to fourth. Some matters of society on motorway transport, water transport, the security of the economy, social function, social legislation and safety is the car transport, infrastructure and security. Impact of the car transport on the environment. I will omit that, and I will concentrate on 14th, 15th blocks, which is intellectual transport systems and cyber security.
And concerning our institute is a state-owned enterprise and is a scientific institution in the area of transportation and acts like a state-owned company and runs under the Administration on Communities Development in Ukraine. It was attested and then reattested. First time it was attested as a think tank. So we're a think tank and we're part of the state register, which is very important. And I want to reiterate that back in 22-23, it got a status of national like scientific gain or national scientific special institution, which number only 204 in Ukraine in total of those objects that have such statuses, among which are reserves and like Ascania Nova libraries, and that's a very limited circle where we are now. Then personnel, I will not tell you the population, but the average age is 47, doctors, candidates of scientists, and so on. The institute is involved into up to 25 areas of activities, which you can read about on this website, which is organization of transportation, transport corridors, economy, social problems of transportation, which was highlighted in the table of contents. Then traffic, providing for traffic, and then energy saving, then emission gases, environment. We're going to have some presentations on this topic. Then scientific activity in the area of standardization, and then testing of vehicles, surveying vehicles, then fuel, alternative fuels, e-vehicles, electric vehicles. That's mostly, but far from exhaustible list of our activities. Just want to inform you that in 2021, before the war, the full-scale war on institutes, when it comes to the national business rating among Ukrainian entrepreneurship company, and that was the Kvet 72 by 19, first position for profitability of developments. And this has a list where the golden highlighted are the design offices like Patton, Loach, and we're in the first step. One of the first steps. It's a pleasure, but there's even more pleasure that this tradition was taken over in 2023 on the same nomination. We placed already first on total achievement. That means several years in a row, and the same participants, the Storm, the Arsenal, that's think tanks, scientific institutions, and we're in the first position among them, which is a double pleasure. I will not mention anything else about our institute. There's lots of activities, there's enormous amount of information we could discuss, but very little time. Then concerning some nuances and aspects of our activities, I would like to provide you with a pretty concise overview of what we're involved in. That makes like 5 constituents. That's economy, social role, safety, and environment impact, and then availability. They are those areas and their activities need improvements to the legal framework, adaptation of conditions of this system, and actually taking over the best practices in the world. As we want to be part of the EU, we need to be compliant with the EU legislation. Of course, the role of road vehicles will be mentioned in the main presentation. just to make the reservation that today, during the war, road vehicles, passenger vehicles come in first and foremost positions. Here it's broken down by year. And what is especially interesting in this dependency, it shows that import-wise, commodity import, I mean not only imports of consumer goods, but also many others. Road vehicles compared to marine and railroads takes quite a bit of nature, very serious position, very powerful position. So even if we talk in terms of our modern war, current war, we're going to talk about road vehicles, road transportation, its flexibilities, its safety of function and operations. That depends on our country very much on the efforts. So I will quickly go over the legal framework. There is a whole series of directives and regulations which are presented on this slide. But it will take quite a bit of time to list them. We're going to have some presentations on that. We're going to have some on approval of designs, then periodic inspections, then operation of vehicles, and then speed limits, and then driver's license and driver's competence. All of that pertains to the area that's responsible for transport safety. There is a number of legal acts from the EU concerning the quality, like permits for bus transportations, those regulations, professional competence of drivers, provision of services in public transportation, and so on, including the good reputation or bad reputation via serious infringements. That concerns the quality of services. Concerning the economy, permits for passenger carriage, for carrying passengers, that's reflected in many regulations. There's 1071 as of 2009, access to international cargo holds, transportations, then by bus, 1072, 1073, then fees for or tolls for using infrastructure and so on. That concerns economy. Then social legislation, providing services in public transportation, working hours of mobile workers, providing for requirements, rights of passengers on a bus, and tachographs, and time of rest and operation for drivers. Tachographs is a very inherent process, then infrastructure and influence on the environment. On parking lots, that's phase for use of infrastructure. We're going to have a special presentation, and also on environmental ecological norms. We're going to report on that as well. And I also would like to deal with another topic. Now let me quickly switch to slide number 2, and that will be road vehicles safety in the area of road vehicles. That demonstrates particularly our reserves, where we can look for very powerful reserves to decrease the number of casualties, number of victims. And this slide demonstrates the relation by years, the number and variety of road vehicles for which those demands have been established, requirements have been established. We can see that we have in the EU 30 to 75 sites or objects that are controlled to be fit for operation. We have made quite an elevation, quite a growth, but it's only 30 such objects. So we need to mend this gap as soon as possible, because behind this gap there are very severe inherent problems that pertain also to the life and death of our citizens. And also would like to show you one more slide, slide 4. like everything will be demonstrated profoundly in my larger presentation. Slide 74 demonstrates certification of parking lots. Here you can see that too. The parking lots, just to make them compliant to certain requirements, there's a certain system of directives and regulations, and those according to which the parking lots should be compliant. And there's some quantitative numbers, data, like they should be available with a range of every 100 kilometers. Then safety rules should be implemented in parking lots. So when drivers of vehicles, when they get to gas stations, they should not look for a recreation area, a long time management system. That's another one that describes it. Now I would like to talk about environmental impact. I will skip that for time, and I would switch quickly to what 94. Intellectual transportation systems. Concerning intellectual transportation systems, I will not take too much time. During this shortened presentation, I will not talk about the history where it all came from. I just would like to reiterate one line item of this document that was adopted back in 2003. That is a declaration of the principles for the building of informative society, informative and communicative society. Here we understand that those ITs and communication technology have a great impact on our life, and those technologies open for you new prospects to level up, to develop higher levels of your development. And it's been like 20 years, and then who has provided what performance. There is a World UN Summit that took place in Geneva, so they were placed according to their achievements, levels achieved. Today, I must say, the world and in the EU, there is a predominant trend in the world, in the EU, developing IT, digital technologies, or digital gap, or whatever you call it, but it's still the same principle, which is about the development of the information area and technology and so on. Three different areas, three basic areas. Improving the legal framework, national ones. Number two, development of state or national strategies. Number three, developing the relevant projects and programs and so on. If you talk about the transport industry, that's it. If you put it as one together, as something that reflects the contents and sense, that will be intellectual transport systems. And if you take those intellectual transport systems actually have appeared as some directive that was issued 2010, and it is called on frameworks for unfolding intellectual transport systems for road vehicles, for other kinds of transportation. Very often, from the point of view of I mean that it makes sense to have all systems intellectual, but the directive says that what is in question, it mostly pertains to road vehicles, automobiles. And this particular regulation from the EU, it it sort of formulated some pathways where the development of intellectual transportation system should go. There's four directions. It's mobility services, then traffic control services, but very interesting to us is traffic safety service and mutually related automated mobility systems in this area. This area is developing powerfully throughout the world, not only in the EU. And the question is where the intellectual transportation systems have the most important footprint, where exactly. I'm gonna show you a drawing like a connected automobile, connected vehicle. When they picture it, when they show it on different presentations, they should be connected, come back connected. I mean, that's a very serious, versatile meaning. Just to understand that it's not some sort of on the off chance. I mean, it's being connected to a cloud, being connected to the road infrastructure like traffic lights and so on. And I want to show you, as I did before, that dependence the system of reporting accountability on the general worth of a vehicle that comes from international study and reflects projections. It was 5% like that back in 70. In 2030, that should achieve like 50%. So we need to reiterate that 50% of a car's cost is used. That's a modern car or truck that's in question. And by some estimations, there is an exaggeration by 50%. And it is used for those line items, and it could be artificial intelligence, but it actually supports all those basic functions. Another dependency, this slide shows the percentage of vehicles that were recalled, withdrawn from circulation because of faulty electronic components. That's technology. Back in 2019, 50% of the vehicles were recalled via deficiency or faultiness of electronic components. So you should take into account which part of the car costs what, if there is some sort of share on a car's worth of its electronic of those components. So in 2019, that was half of the vehicle's cost. So why do we have that, and where did the intellectuality development go? This slide demonstrates by the classification, by modern classification. It demonstrates the five levels of driving technique automation, which is the autopilot. So when it comes to the first, second, third, when you may let go of the wheel already, it's more or less understandable. But there's option 4 and option 5. I can remind you that Tesla Model X back in 2015 was level 3, and Hyundai hybrid back in 2018 had level 4, and then Volkswagen division achieved the 5th level, was actually 2018, but 2020 the 5th level. Now I'm gonna show you how this Volkswagen looks, and that was the Geneva Salon. So there's a question on how exactly that you can guide this vehicle, control this vehicle. You've got to look at the roads. Everything is going on automatically. All those 5 levels have different vision. I mean that its vision is that in the fifth level, the car is completely connected to the intellectual transportation system. Okay, I've got very little time left, and I want like to just reiterate over again that I had exhibitions, vehicle exhibitions like auto salons, and back in 22 in Las Vegas, and they put out the company Cloud Home. They demonstrated digital chassis, which means that some IT companies may launch vehicles because digital chassis, digital undercarriage is half of the transportation cost. You need to add something mechanical just to make it into a full-fledged vehicle. You can see Xiaomi 2023, not an automotive manufacturer. They were the first ones to launch that kind of car, and those in 2023 the same exhibition presented Sony and Honda that joined together, and Sony used the undercarriage, the digital undercarriage Qualcomm, the processor, and that's the Qualcomm, that the one in your phones of the same series. Then I will not talk about connectedness to the being connected to the vehicle, to the cloud, to the whole infrastructure, and it will be this plan. This system, the system is built, and I'm going to have a presentation. It's built on the basis of international standards, and that's a very comprehensive IT object, and it's so much complex that it demonstrates the architecture. Just look into who has to take care of all these elements, like here it says placement on the road infrastructure, then balance of road management, the platform, the constituents of this architecture that are written down in this standard. They're clearly oriented towards the vehicle road. The standards today we already know. I, for one, can classify and cite 107 standards by different organizations that service exclusively intellectual transportation systems. And in the last year, I've already told the scientific community that, and in this year we have created at our technical standardization committee, as we created a section that will do standardization of intellectual transportation systems. The processes are very painstaking, like management and so on, but most importantly, we've gone through what the technical committee wanted to have within its vision field, and we're in for a lot of work, very much work. We need to say that in Ukraine, nobody has done anything so far. I can't say for sure. This looks like a cover page of actually one project that was performed by two institutes, Hyper-Geperzviazok. I was the director of that institute, and Diprodor. These two institutes back in 2006 did a great project that included the road, the highway from Kyiv to Boryspil. And when Georgi was talking in his presentation about smart roads and all those things, yes, it was provided within one technological cycle, one project. First the road, then the sensors and gauges, then the optic fiber for transmission, and that's an intellectual transportation system. ready for use, up for grabs. But who has to do all of that stuff is the question. I've been demonstrating for 3 years already this slide, and I checked on the date. That was today is the 5th of December 2024, and I got into the After Dark website, but their traffic control concept is still the same. It was passed 2009, June 2009, so we have to turn up our sleeves and get cracking pretty powerfully in this direction. Cyber security, if you're interested, I will not repeat myself for lack of time, and I will talk about it in the 7th section where I'm gonna share on the 3rd day. I abused my time, yes, but hopefully it was very interesting. But if you have any questions, and we've got like 124 people present. I've reported for 5 people. If you divide my time, it will be like 10 minutes a piece. So that's according to our schedule. I don't think you mind that. Not that I can see any questions. Then on this, with this, our next presentation, we're gonna have a new presentation. Another one. Yulia, you ready? You're here. We're gonna have Mr. Kirkudinov. Are we doing it now, or we're doing it in an hour's time? I've got 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay, welcome, please. Your presentation. Issues and prospects of fuel supply to Ukraine in a martial law. There's a group of authors, like 4 to 5. I will not advertise them, just for lack of time. Dear organizers and participants, here is a presentation on issues and prospects of fuel supplies in Ukraine in its martial law, during martial law. The importance of the problem is the needs to improve the efficiency of logistics, given the growing expenditures on transport resources and economic challenges that could be related to a great number of direct or indirect factors. Oil products and their transportation are unsafe, and the quick adaptation of the Ukrainian fuel market is very critically important. That includes the objectives include creating new and modernization of already existing transport hubs, and alignment, organizing stable supplies of petrochemical from our Western partners. These activities should become priorities to provide for energy safety and stability. The full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine changed the logistics of petrochemical supplies. Bypass routes included Poland, Romania, and the Baltics. Railroads are the most frequently used pathway for hauling petrochemicals. Limited throughputs and problems include limited throughputs and delays on the borders. Road vehicles have started to carry more cargo now because of being flexible and ready for risks. Roadblocks and blocking the commercial routes from Ukraine to Poland and back also had a negative impact on petrochemical supply and oil products supply to our country. situation should be analyzed and was analyzed for better energy safety and to find out about potential diversification rules. So if you look into the statistics of oil and oil products transportation into Ukraine, the two kinds of transportation, road and railroad, 15 to 23, we can say that railroads is the most frequently used pathway, and it provides much higher compared to the roads volumes of transportation, volumes of cargoes, but road transportation provides for lesser volumes, but has an upward trend it achieved in the recent years.
In the form of reliability, ability to carry big volumes, and also it has some constraints, such as the need for specialized infrastructure and the potential delays on the border. Contrailer transportation during the martial law, nearly the ideal system. And this scheme allows flexibility in supplies, and it's the effective solution for the specific needs. The difficulty of multimodal transport is caused by combination of different types of transport. Also, they make it difficult to make logistical hubs on the pre-border points and causes delays and additional expenses. In order to assess the efficiency of multimodal transport systems, they use different indicators, including the costs, time to delivery, energy and efficiency, environmental impact, coefficients of accidents, and so on. It's necessary, however, the most important is environmental indicator, which plays the role of the indicator, which reflects the connection between the economic activity and environmental protection. Also, it must approximate to the balanced optimal values. Optimization of such parameters reduces negative impact on the transport, on the environment, and supports the efficiency of the economic processes. Development of more flexible and efficient multimodal system for carrying petroleum products, which corresponds to particular requirements and the needs of transportation in different regions of the different types of petroleum cargo, will make it possible to receive comprehensive development of all subsystems and elements of the multimodal system. This is the key task in its formation. Thank you very much for this presentation. Indeed, you have fit within 6 minutes. Dear colleagues, according to our program, 1300 to 1400, we have a lunch break, and also the air alert was declared, wasn't it? Everybody gives silence. Nowadays, unless you have the objections, we shall make the lunch break at 1400 with favorable conditions. Unless there is air alert and there is internet connectivity, we shall expect you for continuation. Now 119 people are present, and I really hope that during the lunch break we shall still keep our interest to our reports.
Dear colleagues, it's 2 o'clock sharp, and we would like to continue our efforts. As far as I can see, we're numbering 100, which is wonderful. We have gone through some certain rearrangements, and now I would like to invite here Marina Kitina. She's the head advisor of the State Office for Attraction of Investments, and she's going to talk about electric transportation pathway to overcome the fuel dependency in Ukraine. Marina, welcome, please. Good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you see me loud and clear? Yes. Thank you very much. Glad to see you. Thank you very much for the invitation, for your event, that you're supporting it, that you're scaling it up. That's very important. And you know what? Today I've changed my presentation, which is now different slightly from the one of the previous years, because I love talking about electric transportation, electric vehicles, and what was achieved in the world and Ukraine to move in this direction. But I think you're going to find it very interesting. But if you would like to be reminded of the legislative initiatives in Ukraine, on that account, I can send you another presentation, because today I tried to reflect how the world evolves in this direction, how Ukraine is evolving in this direction, and also our fuel dependency and why we have to switch to That's the electrification, so-called essence in Ukraine going on. That's one that's in question, and now it's indispensable. It's an indispensable thing. Let's switch to my presentation. You can see it this way, right? Right. Yeah, we can. Now I'm working for a state-owned institution by the Cabinet of Ministers, and it's called Ukraine Invests. That's a governmental office for attracting investments, and we work in multiple areas, electric transportation included. That concerns private cars and buses and commercial vehicles, electric vehicles. And I'll be very frank and outright to you, and I'll tell you what, if you're interested right away in foreign investments, hypothetically, into this area, unfortunately, we don't have any to a major extent. I have an opportunity to go around the world, and I've got a YouTube channel, and I'm an auto blogger, and I'm talking about new models of electric vehicles that appear in the world, and now some tedious program I host that is called Mobility News, and that's for someone who's interested in the difference between electric engine and internal combustion engine, why you have to transfer to one to electric. And if you're interested, you're free to subscribe. I travel around the world to vehicle manufacturers, big brands that look at Ukraine as a platform to create new enterprises, new production lines, factories. So I visit with people that make decisions, to say the simple, and that includes Volvo, that includes Toyota, that includes Porsche, many others, and everyone say in one voice that as soon as the war is over, they're going to be here, they're going to have a footprint here. And it's very interesting to observe things, because I recently was in Korea at the HQ in Seoul, and they all talk about this. They consider, they have money to build up. That the only thing is they cannot operate in a country that is taking part in warfare. And I tell you what, I would like to start with, I checked it off, just to start with the fact that the whole automobile world is interested in Ukraine. We have the land, we have manpower, we have capacities. Now, we have achievements in the automotive sector. I'm talking about this not in vain because we've got many manufacturers, many operators that the state, it's just to prove that the state is supporting the development of the electric vehicle sector. So we are waiting for the war to be over for plus to be more developed automotively and number one, of course, so that the guys, the soldiers, get back as soon as possible home. I want to show you with this slide what is going on in the world in general, because despite the fact that you sometimes read some news that there is a slowing down in their desires, meaning the vehicle concerns, the brands slowed down with their production. They can't compete with China, number one. And number two reason, there are certain quotes because all Europe and the world wants to be energy independent, renewable energy sources. They want in every concern brand want and have to manufacture their proper number, X number of vehicles. And if a concern or brand doesn't cope with that, they sort of make a reservation that we're going to slow down. We don't see any trends, and Volkswagen are closing down some of their production lines in Europe. But I just want to say, but sometimes if you go deep enough, you understand that was maybe artificially imposed because there's lots of advocacy in the gas industry. Many people don't want electric vehicles to develop because most countries are dependent on fossil fuels. That was the trend for centuries. They don't want to lose this market. But if you look at the world trend, this year, 16.7 million copies species was created, was sold. We can see there is a growth by 33% in sales compared to 23 and 60% in the world compared to 2023 and 22. 23 was the boom, and we showed 26% back in 2022 because internal combustion engine vehicles went down in proportion to -9% in world sales. And here I've shown what countries sell what. This slide demonstrates that people still are interested, but they're still afraid to switch to pure electric ones. They still prefer hybrids, that the ones that are connected to the network, and the production is growing in the world, and it's clear that if you prefer internal combustion engine, you've got the next number of kilometers left in your tank, but you may get into a gas station, get filled and get going. And that's just for your understanding that this year was pretty demonstrative, the 2024, because it was the sales was almost 1 million electric cars, which was 12% higher compared to the previous year. This trend is evolving, and it will be, and next year we're going to see a much higher ratio like that. This is a table, very eloquent, if you may say so. Why? Because many people, including me, can't disagree that we got a very specific attitude or trend, and I would like to hear your thought about that. Why? Because China, and we have a very specific attitude towards China, because China today, was that a question, or what do I do? Was that a question, or what I know? You report on that was my accidental slip. Okay. If you want to have a discussion, and maybe you want to visit with each other afterwards, you tell me. So today China is the technology, innovation, and production leader in the area of electric vehicles. And unless we demonstrate that and show it up pretty vividly and clearly. We will neglect the world picture, but we can't neglect because unfortunately today we can see the U.S. holds the second position with a big gap between itself and China, and it's followed by Europe. And here comes the question, do we have to keep talking about China and automobiles from China because China are sponsoring Russia? That is that attacked us, that we have a full-scale invasion with. But because I work around the state as such, today in Ukraine there is no clear position of abstaining from working with China, because there are delegations coming over. They want to develop and support Ukraine. It's not given such a broad media coverage, but I'll tell you what, subjectively, it's not the state of Ukraine, but it's Marina's thought, and they want to sit on both chairs because they are helping there, and they seem to be pretty loyal, pretty lenient towards us. So my question is, what do we do with the big Chinese automobile industry? Because I work with automobiles and I can't not pay attention to that. Then about countries and clusters of countries, I have gathered top 10 countries where today, again, as of the end of the year, there is the most growth, the most increase, and unexpected thing. This is Chile and Brazil markets that are developing because they get incentives from the state, like benefit package, which the development as of today is a trend that might potentially change, but it demonstrates some trends for Mexico is within top 10, but there are countries that vice versa got into the circle of countries that are slowing down their electric vehicle movement. Romania is #1 on that because they really looked at our laws and they wanted to implement and they wanted to copy what we got in Ukraine to copycat that into their own country, but they then refused that policy. They canceled. So now we can see there is not much of an upsurge compared to what they had announced. And why so? Maybe that's related to a policy, but that's what we have as the outcomes today. Iceland also implementing some sort of add-on tariffs for electric vehicles, and that's an anti-incentive, and the people don't buy electric vehicles there. Talking about the market in the world in general, in Norway, it's no secret that they're very forward-looking on electric vehicles. 94% in Norway are on electric vehicles. Why such an upsurge? Because there was state support available. When they provide lots of subsidies, when they pay extra, when they exempt you from paying for what? For parking, for entering the city, no toll-free roads, toll-free tunnels, and they are for economy more than for the environment, and we can see that by the statistics. Yes, they're trying. Denmark are trying to catch up with Norway as well, and you can see like all the countries that wants to do it and look in that direction. I just want to show you how the world meets is compliant with its plans. You can see in a dotted line that every country that set a goal of achieving carbon neutrality. And if you look at the cursor, Norway here has this kind of curve. You can say it is jagged here, and then very much like not looking into the written story. They want to stand out, and they want to increase their automobile fleet, automobile park. If you look at China in this red dotted line, then they are go that dashed line. They go after their statistics, but Poland, as is indicated in this green line, they're going down. Today, they've got all the possible potential keys and tools for development, but for some reason, they, as most European countries, slowed down just a little bit. Here I've shown you the best manufacturers by region, the Q3 2024, and really, as we can see, getting back to our to the rhetorical question, China is number one, and BYD is not a known name in Ukraine. Everyone knows this brand, and they surpassed Tesla on sales, the world leader. And what surprised me while traveling through Europe back in 22, 23, I saw huge BYD offices like representing the firm on central city squares, like you walk down this place, and for example, you expect seeing something like a French brand around in Paris. They've got plenty of their own, but Europe doesn't want those Chinese cars very much. But anyway, BYD and NIO got lots of representative offices and representations in Europe where they are selling their cars. And if we look into the British market, then Tesla places first here. That's the world unprecedented leader throughout many countries and continents. The UK prefer BMW, also Volkswagen. But why is this country interesting? Because MG and Jaguar, as far as you know, those are British brands. They occupy a pretty not leading positions, which you, for example, can't say about Germany, because BMW and Volkswagen just vice versa. They support their manufacturer just like Sweden, because they want to support the domestic manufacturer. They want to drive their own cars, national cars, and which I think is all right with them, because they support their country's economy, and that's again the cars they are proud to drive. And I will get back to saying that Tesla is the records firm selling its cars, and you may see at the statistics the Model Y was the best seller of 2023 if you compare it to DVZ, because it was ahead of Toyota RAV4, which was the leader when it came to combustion, internal combustion engine. That's already a further talk about Tesla and how they develop, but we're not going to talk about this. We're going to talk about Ukraine. A couple months ago, we crossed the line of having 130,000 electric vehicles, and we got also 270,000 hybrids. In back 2019, like 5 years ago, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Aeros Group made an analysis saying that 2025 we're going to have 200,000 electric vehicles. In 2030 we're going to have 500,000 of them, and here we are standing here not looking at the war, regardless of the blackouts. The trend will continue. It's only the beginning, and it's still the first month of winter, December, so people still love and trust electric vehicles. Yeah, I look into the statistics of the first month. documenting or registering their cars. It's the same amount every month, the number of registrations. So there's like 4.5 new registrations of electric vehicles per month. Here is the Polish statistics, and it looks like they've got the EU, they've got more money, they've got more possibilities to establish and sell international charging stations, and they're much lagging behind Ukraine. What makes the difference in general, and why are we and the rest of the world growing in this direction? Because when it comes to electric vehicles today and every day, they will get cheaper, they will go down in price. First of all, there is a lot of competition. Number two, there are new technologies appearing for making their batteries, and this workflow is getting cheaper for batteries, so the car becomes cheaper. I talked to many electric vehicle owners, and they go like a couple of years ago, I paid the next amount of money for my car, and now I've got to sell it much cheaper. Okay, this is why we're doing those workshops, and this is why we're doing these analyses, just to come up with projections depending on the statistics, and we don't want to take people by surprise, because look, if you today buy an electric vehicle, you've got to be knowing that in several years its price gonna decline multiple times. It's only because you're going to have many more new models, more interesting than today, and the technologies also will appear every new day, new technology. Just to say that the car, the electric car, will be just as affordable as a normal one on internal combustion, and there was a projection study saying that in 2030 the price will be like $64 for 1 kilowatt hour, and that will be equality between internal combustion and electric, and also talking about raising tariffs for on electricity. We talk about economy, and it's not so cheap to charge your electric vehicle in the middle of a highway with the average rates of 22 hryvnias per kilowatt. Intercity ranges, I'm talking about to 40 kilowatts to 70 kilowatts, because if we talk about less powerful, the price will be 18 hryvnias per kilowatt. So people start counting charging in the middle of a highway on your way, or actually filling it with gas at gas stations. It will be a plus minus the same cost. What's the economy? The economy is maintenance, number one, because when you use an electric vehicle, you spend much less money for maintenance of your car, because there is much less parts in it. There's nothing to break, actually. And number two, when the prices are the same between like buying an internal combustion and an electric one, that when the price is same, you will understand that it's pretty cheaper to charge, and you've got not to forget about the important mission of every motorist driving a vehicle. This is ecology. This is one's dependence on the petroleum products, and we still are getting many fossils from our enemy. I just would like to show you this slide to prove to you that if we keep using electric vehicles done throughout the world, this demand will decrease to 6 million barrels per year until 2030 and more, up until 2035, and that's the most important reason why we have to think about our own renewable energy sources, about wind stations, about heat stations, thermals, and power plants, solar power plants, not to pay the aggressor country, but the rise in China of electric vehicles only also includes city buses and freight, the cargo vehicles, and that also includes fast lines like railroads. They cannot compete with the air carriers, but they can compete on demand on oil. And I will show you some trends within the EU oil market, and it shows you some figures for 2050. Up until that year, every EU member, they want to be carbon neutral, and they want to reduce their emissions, and they want to look into renewable energy sources for our country to stop being polluted day in, day out. These are the figures of the US market. 2050, another interesting case is India, that is openly speaking about the fact that they couldn't care less about those climate conditions. The country, let's be honest, is not so clean, and they're open talking about they're going to use oil and gas up until 2070. In other words, they're not taking part in making our planet cleaner environmentally, because they think that on the off chance of that, they're gonna get their business suspended, and that business is with them is built on that fossil fuel. This photograph is part of my Green Mobility News program, where I talk in more detail on how pollution influences the person, the difference between electric vehicles and internal combustion vehicles, those tedious things like names of car parts, like heat pumps and so on, tedious things, very easily available language. These slides show sales of the Russian oil. I'm just citing it to reiterate that we've got to refuse these possibilities. In 2023, right in the middle of full-scale war, the EU are still buying Russian oil. You can look at these charts, and there are pretty tough sanctions. Yes, so the EU are buying just the same amounts of Russian oil as China, that never introduced any sanctions. The first question is, what do we do to China? They do it openly. Europe doesn't want to do this, and they introduce some stringent rules like embargo and things like that, but those guys are still buying that oil. And here on this chart you can see that Russian gas export. Here comes the coal in dark blue, but the export, that's the violet color, will remain on the same level as before the war, before the full-scale war. And if those graphs might be not really clear for visualization, then here come the figures. And according to the Energy Research and Pure Air Research information, only in 1 week Russia exported fossil fuels for an amount in a week of more than 400 billion euros. Petrochemicals 1.3, gas 76, and coal 0.34. You can see that that this slide needs to be printed out in every company that is still buying the Russian products, Russian oil and gas, to understand that we are Europe, and we are sponsoring the war, the killing of people that is going on between Ukraine and Russia. And if you take all those 7 days, what was uploaded onto tanker ships, tanker vessels, and insured by G7 countries, the figures speak for themselves, and we understand that today we won't be able to change this trend, but if we know that, and if we talk about that, and if the country delivers that during its super fantastic meetings in the EU, then perhaps we may probably change this trend, and that pertains to financing war, and that's imported fossil fuel in the conditions of the Russian invasion. I don't want to voice it out because there's plenty of figures, and all that is about the money that allow Russia to come up with its missiles, Shaheds, and continue with its aggression against Ukraine, just in case my whereabouts, my personal contacts. And I always directly answer them directly. Of whoever is writing to me, I didn't know how to get out of here. I'll let it hang it for a while. Okay, right. So if I tell you, have you got any questions for on analytics? If you have any questions concerning electric vehicles, then public transportation, private transportation, commercial, there are plenty of questions, and I never spoke about legislative initiatives. And just to reiterate that on its level, the country supported electric vehicles. Why I'm talking about the past, because recently I spoke at a conference, and I know everybody of you knows Danila Gatmantsev, chair of a Parliament's profile committee, who said that those exemptions for importation of electric vehicles will run out, will be over in a year's time, year and a month. So you've got this little time, little period, but we have achieved some sort of statistics, as I showed you down the curve, and we had a plan according to the national transportation strategy. So according to this, if you want to be in Europe, we need to implement those figures and just show you, look, Europeans, we promised and we did, but we can sort of be suspended. We can slow down at very low data, at very low statistics, and we will not talk about, or we'll talk a little about what we're not acting on our promise. And I think that together with the Electric Vehicles Association, with NGOs, with the ministry, we're going to create those documents. So why we have to continue with those exemptions on the importation of electric vehicles. We also have exemptions on connection to the electric network for the operators of charging stations to make it cheaper. We've got a pretty good incentive from the country, but it needs to be continued for us to be honest to the Europeans when we promised them to walk in step with them. Thank you, Marina. You've made a wonderful brilliant presentation. If you guys have any questions, then when it comes to the discussion panel, we're gonna talk about this. I'm always open to feedback, and so please have a nice rest of the day. The next presentation will be on the carbonization strategy of ground transportation. Andrei Marchenko from Kharkov Polytechnic, a Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, merited figure, academician, and Mr. Dmytrychenko, a postgraduate of Kharkov Polytechnic. Welcome, please, Andrei. You're gonna be presenting. Yes, that's right. Of course, here I would like to mention 2 or 3 things on the previous presentation. I don't mind electric vehicles, but it's just here to say, I mean, the statement I overheard lobbying or advocating, so to say, for internal combustion engines, the production and utilization of fuel, fossil fuel. We need to be honest to ourselves and say that everyone wants to lobby for their interests. And today, electric vehicles and the people that are engaged in that area, they do things within their pay grade, as opposed to those that do internal combustion. They do within their pay grade, and either side has their own lobbyists. Many of us have been to China, so I want to remind you of the fact that today, for example, despite the fact that China today is like 10% electric vehicles out of all the vehicles they make, but their environment, the ecology, especially in larger cities, has only worsened in Beijing. Just go outside, just have a walk outside while all the public transportation is alive and kicking. You know, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's environment pollution. Why? Because China today is manufacturing 25% of electricity and 60% of what is that the electricity is used for. That the electric energy is used by the electric cars, and it's manufactured by coal combustion. You know, this is why the environmental pollution by transportation, because of transportation, has achieves a very high rate. Now, if we switch to other problems, there are plenty of problems, and we need to look at them on a scientific basis. We need to look at all the problems that concern both electric vehicles and diesel engines and gasoline engines. Okay, now, in mind with the previous presentations, I want to mention, dear colleagues, that back in 2015, the UN announced the creation of memorandum that was signed by more than 150 countries. Memorandum for steady development. If we look at all those 17 line items, 17 positions of that memorandum, like some of them have a number of sub-items, which in total make 150 out of 17 main areas, main pathways. Then we can mention that the transportation without the use of transport technologies, we cannot resolve all those positions without technology. And number 2, it's only efficient use of transport technologies will allow us to address the problems that were outlined within that memorandum. So what are the technologies that we have today that are the underlying? Okay, the underlying technologies were already mentioned today more than once. which was the IT area, which was the use of digitalization, the use of IT, and the second position was modeling. All of that tagged along the areas industry 4.0, 5.0, and I'm just demonstrating that our university placed second in a world contest dealing with the implementation of new technologies, IT technologies. We called it Innovation Campus, and it involved organizations from 70 countries with more than 1,200 projects presented that had been applied. Tendering was conducted by specialists from the UK. Of course, that transport strategy in many cases today is being related to the fact, number one, of decarbonization, number two, the green hydrogen use, and it was as long ago as, I guess, last month, the Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of Energy put out a plan of industrial ecology which stipulates for a carbon emission reduction by 58% up until 2030 and 87 by 2050. I'm gonna have a sip of water. I'm sorry.
Якщо казати
Speaking about the statistics, then one can say those ones are exorbitant plans, but very ambitious. But of course, if for the U.S., this area, this direction will be put into practice, will make itself practical, then the European and Asian countries will tag along. But this makes very ambitious plans. I've mentioned Industry 4.0, 5.0, and I'm going to talk about my personal impression of Industry 4.0 and Vision Industry 5.0, 4.0. That's an industry that was built on the basis of broad scale scaling and IT technology. 5.0 is the same, but in its foundation, it's all around the person, around man, for aiming to improve the conditions of the environmental conditions, and also improve all the production technologies, the use of robots, and so on. In other words, if Industry 4.0 was a purely mechanical approach, then Industry 5.0 is people-centered. Everything is written down here. All right, decarbonization of transport engines, vehicle engines. Today we already talked about electric vehicles, about gasoline vehicles, and today we're going to talk about diesel vehicles. Gasoline vehicles we haven't spoken yet, and I would like to say that I agree with everyone who assumes that today populism is in first position when it comes to implementing technical solutions, because of course very appealing is the use of electric vehicles, but where they are manufactured and what particular gear is provided for when it comes to electricity. Nobody mentions anything. And the second thing, which is pretty painstaking, like pressure point, is disposal. That's disposal of batteries and disposal of electric vehicles in full. So in other words, that makes a lot of problems. Well, now the top thing is that there is no as such decarbonization methodology. We don't have one. And then concerning decarbonization, we hereby see that it's more towards the prohibition style that works in here, because we conducted a study on whether statistics or data is going to change when we make a comparison, Berlin, Warsaw, and Kyiv, and we're going to switch completely to electric vehicles in the three cities. And there is a great volume of electricity, a great amount of electricity that these large cities, capital cities, will require. And then concerning the emission level, emission rates, CO2 emission, well, now it's expected to be rising by much because of the use of electric vehicles that in turn consume electricity, that in turn consumes something else. And we analyzed the patents that were issued in the recent years, and we go back to 2010, 2016, 2017, 2022, and we can see, as was actually expected, that those patents come first that concern electric vehicles, which demonstrates, which confirms the relevance of those issues that are related to electric vehicles that today are addressed in the world practice. So because we can see there is much predominance over those other patents, including those patents that concern cars or vehicles operating on hydrogen. Apart from that, at your institute, at our institute, we know that there's a lot of attention that was paid in the recent years, starting 2000, maybe earlier, to harmful emissions that were caused by internal combustion engines. If you look into diesel engines, then I would like you to pay attention to the following slide, from which we can see that if compared back to 1990, the statistics on the most major parameters, we can see nitric oxide, CO, then carbohydrate, the hydrocarbons, non-combusted. But we saw that was pretty high items, high figures. Then the norm on nitric oxide is 6, and they were narrowed down 36 times. On CO, narrowed down 7.5 times. Our hydrocarbons 73 times. I was at your institute and I saw laboratories that explore solid particles, their availability in exhaust, in the exhaust of internal combustion engines. And today we have a problem about measuring devices of for those parts or those particles. How do you get them? How do you get some credible reads on solid particles? So in other words, we can see that there is a major increase in the quality, if we can say so, of exhaust. In other words, there's a progress which is a lower emission getting lower, but it then was counterbalanced by the other trend, as you can see. Apart from that, if we look into the heat balance of planet Earth, we can say that yes, that's true. It's 15%, and in some cases there are publications where they report 20%. I mean, that's the share of transportation. 25% share of transportation in the pollution, in the pertaining to causes of pollution, man-made. But there are factors that contribute to a higher temperature. They also include water, which is water steam, methane, freons, and H2O, much larger in volume in the Earth's atmosphere compared to CO2. And it's not in that sense we don't have to fight the CO2, but as Ms. Marina said, that we have to understand what we have and what we're working with. And on top of that, you and I aren't using, all the in those calculations in our evaluations when the internal combustion or diesel is in question, or hydrogen motor or engine is in question, or electric vehicle. We do not use the idea of thermal pollution, because CO2 is the driver that reduces the infrared irradiation of the environment, because there is also a thermal pollution being only the amount of fuel that burns down, in this case just to get energy. So just for comparison, we know that, for example, in Amsterdam today they don't allow cars and vehicles, trucks with diesel engines. Of course, you run on petroleum, on gasoline. Now you can go around all right. But if you look at what Peugeot, a car made, no, 2008, not the year of make, but brand, 2008. Okay, according to the manufacturer, it's got two engines, one on gasoline, the other on diesel, and according to the manufacturer, on the gasoline engine, you've got an expenditure of you've got a CO2 emission of 142 milligram per kilometer. Diesel makes 110 per kilometer. Well, the prohibition goes for diesel. On top of that, if we take thermal pollution, I took it into account for calculations. There is octane number 95, and there's a petroleum with this octane number. I took 44,000 kilojoules per kilo of gasoline and 43,000 for diesel, with specific masses of either fuel, and we saw that altogether this engine that has 130 horsepower has 2077 kilojoules as per 100 kilometers drive. Diesel has 159. So given all those items, we should have banned petroleum-based, gasoline-based ones, not just the other way around. But it's not only in our country, it's in the other countries as well, such a trend, you know, and in many countries it was just trendy to ban diesels, and the data shows who and what pollutes the environment and how. We did a study. Those works, you know, I would say they're not, for me, they're not anything like pioneering, because in the 70s of the last century, there was an institute of machine building issues, as it was called. That was our institute, and it was into hydrogen, into the theme of hydrogen. One of the papers was on the use of hydrogen as fuel, and we do understand that makes, of course, a very relevant problem, very specific problem, important. But if you take it directly the way the Japanese do, like pressure of 1500 atmospheres psi, then pressure tank with hydrogen, that's like an H-bomb on the roads. Nobody still canceled those accidents from happening. If that kind of vehicle gets into an accident, then there will be very, very big problems. And we made a study, we conducted a study, hybrid fuel. What if you take hybrid fuel and you add only 10% of hydrogen? Then you can see how the emissions go down, reduced. On the one hand, that's going to be CO2. On the other hand, there are better statistics, better data on fossil fuel. It was 5.85, now it's become 5.3. And again, about the US, that are the leader on many areas, many directions. They've got a company called Achede, Achede's Power, and they do studies by projecting. They did it also in 24 to 27. The limitations are in force, and they use hybrid fuels, and they mostly point out, I can show you, there's a whole number of publications from this company. They are using, you know, for renewable energy sources that we used to call rape oil seeds, rape oil. But it's not only rape's oil, but also other kinds, let's say, elements that could be used in the circulation, of this energy strategy. And in this particular case, they pay more attention and most attention to the use of those kinds of fuels, of circulatory energy sector that's been created in the last years. Different vegetation is plucked and processed, and then after the use, after the spending, the fuel goes back to the environment without an extra quantity. That makes one of those famous or well-known things today. well-known things and the right things to do of using the decarbonization strategy. Then concerning the conclusions from my presentation, of course, we need to provide substantiations always. We always have to substantiate scientifically those interventions that are being proposed when it came to the formulating of the decarbonization strategy. Of course, we can't really discard and get separate from that great number of power plants that have been designed on the basis of internal combustion engine and are scattered around the world, but we need to be coming up on what needs to be done in these installations. It's not only automotive transport, but that's marine and that's others. We need to reduce our carbon footprint. We need to think about electric vehicles and other power plants that will achieve better figures and that will use renewable energy sources. And the very last thing to be said is that all the plans that we're talking about, they all depend on many factors, including they depend on the financing of educational and scientific area, because throughout the independence years that was about 5% of GDP. And today, according to the data, I was at a deliberation held by the Minister of Education and Science. He mentioned like 0.17% of GDP for science. So the first five has been cited here. Israel 5.56, South Korea 5, US 3.5, and so on and so forth. So dear colleagues, when we say like we need to be doing something on decarbonization, on improving the transportation systems or transportation systems and vehicles, everything like that needs to be based on the proper financial basis. But for that financial foundation, we'd rather be into populism. We'd rather talk about all things being good there over the US, over the ocean in the US or China or elsewhere. But our environment and our people will be suffering because we won't have a possibility to practice, exercise scientific approaches to resolve those problems. So this is why I hereby believe we here need to mind the whole complex of issues that concern decarbonization, rather than you take a problem and say we're going to resolve it and everything will be all right, right? So I want to wish us all to be in good cheer, to be in well-being, in victory, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you, glory to the heroes, and very happily we listened to your presentation, which wasn't short but was super interesting. During a later discussion panel, we're going to have lots of questions for discussion on this area, on this set of topics. And now I would like to give the floor to Natalia. Where are you? You're here? Yes, I'm here. And she will talk about planning city, steady mobility, in the context of European integration reforms of Ukraine. Natalia, she's a professor at Kharkiv National Road University. Sorry for mispronouncing. Chair of technology of the same university. That's the other person who is OO, and Alexander Mykola. Yes. Good afternoon. I would like to present a presentation on steady city urban mobility, and that will be the context of your integration reforms in Ukraine. Today, steady urban mobility and its development is a key aspect when it comes to doing reforms and implementing European standards on the pathway of your integration for Ukraine. A necessary, indispensable step it is to resolve lots of problems that are related both to air pollution and traffic jams, the low level of providing services to urban citizens. Apart from that, this process is an integral part of the global goal of providing steady development, which was formulated within the UN Steady Development Goals, and today it's got to be a priority within European policy that is designed to create places and settlements that will be more inclusive, safe, and steady. The research is pretty up to date because the theme, because in Ukraine we can see some internal migration processes of the population in the region and the country, which first of all creates some further extra burden on the transportation and infrastructure of big cities, also exacerbates the ecological problem. At the same time, we can see there are growing conditions from the citizens to municipal services. We need to switch to steadier models of urban mobility. In the European Commission strategy, a priority pinpointed was cooperation with member states and cities to provide for such a provision that all those big cities that are hubs, transportation hubs within the transportation hub trans-European network, they develop their plans of steady development, steady mobility up to 2030, and one sub-item in the program of decarbonization of European cities up to 2050 by 90%. But while doing this, we need to take into account what was back in 2022, which was an update of indicative maps of the trans-European transport network, and they started to include Ukrainian cities and the relevant strategic area on steady urban mobility that should be implemented. In those cities that were included into this network, plenty of European cities have accumulated a lot of expertise when it comes to interventions to provide for steady development and economic transformation. Among Ukrainian cities, we can pinpoint Zhytomyr, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Mykola, and Poltava. Transportation is one of the sources of greenhouse gas emissions, so there might be a question raised to integrate urban mobility plans with climatic plans in the same places. There was an analysis conducted for steady urban mobility plans, both in European cities and Ukrainian cities, allowed us to come up with the key characteristics, which includes, first of all, strategic vision of one's orientation towards higher quality of life, less environmental impact, then input, output data analysis, including development indicator that will allow for ongoing progress, implementation, monitoring on the steady urban mobility. It's a must to involve a broad circle of stakeholders to the process of planning and implementing practically those steady mobility plans, and also monitoring and evaluation of those plans. A resolution addressing this objective and overcoming this existing challenges just to make it function in the Ukrainian regions. You can, for example, use experience of European counterparts. Some European organizations offer offer to create alliances, and they sort of think of a three-tier structure. First tier will present city authorities that will make public transportation policy. Number two tier will present managerial level doing financial management. Number three tier or level will present bus or coach or railroad operators. The post-war recovery will require a clear plan and coordinated efforts of all the cities, and clear plans for unfolding and transportation system of cities, which may create some good economic incentive. And today we may come up with recommendations to improve the planning and implement activities for steady urban mobility in the cities, which resulted in a SWOT analysis of challenges about steady development of steady urban mobility in many cities of Ukraine. That was conducted, but I would like to deal with one of the challenges, in particular implementation of public service obligation model. As we hereby believe today, this issue gets least attention, the least attention of Ukraine, because actually public service obligation is one of the key conditions of Ukraine's Euro integration. It concerns acting in line of duty when it comes to providing public services. Of course, the document as public service obligation, that's a mechanism that has to be firmed up on the legislative level or some contractual basis, and it requires the organizations to provide those services. The system of public transportation in Ukraine is different from the European practices. They use models of public transport based on Regulation 1370, and this document establishes the underlying principles for organization of passenger transportation by public transportation in a particular region. And in fact, it describes the mutual relations between the mandated body and the carriers. In Ukraine, the situation is such that transportation of passengers is regulated by three different laws: the railway, local commuter, electric vehicles, and automobile. That creates certain barriers when it comes to developing plans for steady urban mobility. So first of all, the three different acts of law complicate the integration of different kinds of transportation. There might be some municipal, for example, enterprises or companies working in the city and providing services in several kinds of transportation, but those that are privately owned, they mostly break even and work on profit. So they have to also be concentrated sometimes on survival, not on improving the quality of their services uh, or upgrading their vehicle fleet. So we have we're planning to develop compensations, then come up with penal measures and bo bonuses for fulfillment and non-fulfillment of today the system that does not have the only compensation for different kinds of transportation. We only stipulate compensation for electric vehicles and also when you take a normal car, that's only the certain categories of passengers. And there is no mechanism legislatively of accrual of penalties for not fitting into minimum thresholds range of providing quality services. That is a certain tool that may be usable to improve the quality of service provision. And as we already pinpointed, as we already mentioned, there is no single system for accruing compensation for using different kinds of transportation. So in fact, we can do what? We can propose a mechanism for accruing compensation that will be based on some provisions that were implemented in Ukraine, but not ratified, and it regulates legislatively the efforts on providing passenger transportation services for the population, but actually it will be most likely one of the acts of law, regulatory acts organizing urban passenger transportation that should be developed in that direction, so as the cities get themselves ready along with the financial systems for the forthcoming changes. So when it comes to accruing compensation, that's the same principle that can be used. For example, the only mechanism of accruals will be changing and introducing flexible mechanisms for working for different kinds of transportation that will take into account bonuses and penal sanctions to support and increase the quality of services in the transportation sector to a higher quality level. And my conclusions include, yes, we need to use integrated mobility planning approach that will be based on one's deep understanding of consumer needs, systemic analysis of transport flow, converging to the European practices using investment technologies. And also one needs to take into account that the PSO model to be implemented does not come out of only your integration undertakings of Ukraine, but also from another scope of issues on public transportation that we need to resolve. That's the obsolete nature, not enough investments for rolling stock renewal, and not enough automation for electronic monitoring. And limited routes of carriers. And the approach proposed will allow us to satisfy the needs of our population. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Natalie, for a very informative, very interesting presentation. And this is a Kharkiv Institute, and they are still keeping up their mark. And yes, we can't not praise them. Okay, questions and answers to be postponed further until the discussion. And if you allow me, I will gladly pass the floor to Anna Denisenko. She will make a presentation, hopefully very interesting. Public monitoring of air quality as ecological responsibility tool. Lone Misto Air experience, prospects for the transportation system. I've got a brief presentation, like 7 minutes long. I'm gonna be talking to continue the previous presentations on environmental aspects, quality of air for road vehicles and for the transport infrastructure. You can hear me, you can see my screen, right? The most important thing I would like to highlight today is that we have a detailed perennial multi-year data, and we're interested in making the data work, and we're interested in making decisions based on data, because those decisions are most weighed out, and we'll be glad to be sharing the data that we get free of charge. So you're welcome with your correspondence, with your requests. We're gonna answer them all. And now I'm going to talk in more detail about the task and so on and so forth. My name is Anna Denisenko, and I'm from an NGO, and we're monitoring air quality. What is public monitoring? That's a world trend when the NGOs.
No state systems of monitoring provide is needed because the civic monitoring makes it possible to follow the air condition whenever there are no stations, government stations. With public system, we can prove or disprove the official monitoring. This is important for more objective data. And civic monitoring is the ability to quickly respond, quickly record an increase of the air pollution or a reduction of it if there is any. Because in order to make measurement by official representative, it's necessary to go in place to take samples, and this takes time. And the public system is inexpensive stations, which are numerous. They are placed in different locations, and they operate real time and provide data also in real time. And nowadays, when the budget of the cities is very limited, we understand that our main priority is defense. Then the city or the government is unable to build its own systems of monitoring. Over such time, civic monitoring becomes even more needed. Now our network, which is now on the screen, includes stations in 15 cities of Ukraine, and we launched this network in cooperation with City Council with no involvement of budget funds, because this is a social initiative. We began building the system 5 years ago. We have been building it as a social initiative. Ukrainian IT company alone and researchers of the Department of Radio Physics, Electronics and Computer Systems of Shevchenko University. In the beginning, we were looking for ready available solutions of the system of measurement of air quality, the ready available equipment, yet we did not find such equipment which would be up to our request by precision, the cost, and scalability. Therefore, we began to develop it on our own. Now on the network we have 100 stations. Our stations measure PM1, PM5, PM10. Those are small particles which can be observed by human eye. And due to small size, they are quite negative for their health condition. And the World Health Organization is focusing most attention on them. They affect the brains and heart and lungs. When there was the epidemic of COVID-19, there was a study that they provoke more complicated progress of that disease. For larger cities, one of the main sources, PM2, PM2, are the car transport, and therefore, at this meeting, I'm quoting it in Kyiv. Those are 80 to 90% of contaminations with PMs due to automotive transport. What to do with it, I propose to discuss later. How our stations operate, we are improving them all the time. There is iPhone 12, iPhone 13, iPhone 16. Also, we have different stations which are improved. They consist of the microcomputer and sensor, and the bodies are printed on 3D printers because it helps to scale up such system faster. Our data is put from our stations to the official attachment of environmental threats from the Ministry of Environment, Swiss services, French services, Ukrainian aggregators of air quality, and also in the municipal attachments of Lviv, Ternopil, Lutsk, where you can also see our data and follow the air quality. Shall we return back to the main topic, which is the interaction with the sector of the car transport, the infrastructure. As I said before, the automotive transport is one of the main sources of contamination with PM 2.5, and what to do with that. On this conference, there are the best specialists, the most bright people, and I will be happy if this meeting will become a beginning of the dialogue on this topic, and we shall later continue it, and we shall think how the data and the analysis may help to improve the environmental situation. For example, it was good to think how to develop the road infrastructure to reduce traffic jams and to reduce the environmental impact, also to think what are more environmentally friendly alternatives to the types of personal transport, also to think how to turn public transport into a more convenient alternative to the personal transport. Actually, Ukraine will have a question of large-scale recovery, and it is important that we rebuild better, and take into account the environmental aspect and impact on the transport on air quality. As I said before, we have data for 15 cities of Ukraine. This data, we record the indicators every minute, and the data is kept in machine-readable format, and we shall be happy when they help in the development of the infrastructure of the automotive sphere. And this data for some cities are available for 5 years, for the others for a few months. With this data, we can follow the trend in the cities and the country in general. For example, every year we analyze and compare the data for Kyiv, Lviv, Odessa. What we have observed for Kyiv, that after we looked at the data for 2021, 2023, and we found that, for example, after liberation of Kyiv Oblast from Russian invaders and after the end of active armed hostilities, in Kyiv there was a decline of the concentration of such small particles PM2.5. What was the reason? Maybe a reduction of the number of vehicles. And also, the companies have been stopped, and this had an impact. And another phenomenon we have recorded in the beginning of the full-scale war in Lviv, there was quite a substantial increase of the concentration of PM2.5. One of the hypotheses was a splash. There were more vehicles, and this had an effect. This is interesting data that we shall be happy together with you to analyze, to have a look, to examine in more detail. And now we are preparing the data for which will be ready. I will be happy to share it. And finally, I would like to say that London, Paris, Amsterdam, quite many countries of the world are using environmental data in the program of the government policy in the field of road vehicles, road transport, as well as infrastructure of the transport. It would be also good if we also involve them more actively and follow the impact of road transport and maybe some transformation of bigger transportation junctions into some other schemes, creating green corridors and so on. Ukraine has the data about the air status, condition of the air. We shall be happy to share it. Please write your letters. I will quote my email address. And I wish everybody a clean air with no contamination, with no missiles. Thank you very much indeed. So you have a clear task now that next time you will report that the situation improves. And I believe that this is the purpose of the specialists who came together for this event. Thank you very much indeed. Now I would be happy to cooperate with you in the field of environmental zones, development of other activities for the improvement of the situation. And now we keep working in line with the agenda of the event. The next presentation I have to make. It is about solving the matters of reduction of consumption, of contamination, consumption of energy by transport, and also the climatic agenda, climate change agenda.
Line item 710 translations of that memorandum, like
Олексійно, щось не вдається. Можливо, подивитись, будь ласка. Чого? Скажіть, будь ласка, видно зараз?
If you can see the presentation.
Прошу багато відкрити на екрані різного всякого. На весь екран? Все тут ось так, да? Ну тоді, якщо на весь екран не буде видно учасникам цього самого. Добренько. Ось, намагаюся, тема достатньо обширна, я намагаюся
I would like to quickly walk through this topic. The question is about possible strategy of reduction of energy consumption and pollution. This is not quite simple. And we review this matter from the perspective of the instrument developed for modeling and prediction of the development of the situation by various scenarios. In 2016, together with Energy and Environmental, the UK company, we analyzed different options of the policies possible in this field in view of the global experience and specific conditions in Ukraine. And this was reviewed by the group of experts from the perspective of different criteria of acceptability, political necessity, costs of implementation, perception by the society from many aspects, and other criteria. Those options have been reviewed in such groups as economic instruments like taxation, payment for the parking, differentiated payments, leasing, all that which affects the consumption of the behavior of the consumer. And also the elements of technical regulation have been discussed, like implementation of standards for CO2 emissions, implementation of standards on emission of toxic substances, requirements to fuel standards, as well as components which are used in that field. Another direction that we have reviewed is the one to improve the infrastructure. A lot was discussed today as a matter of urban planning and also extra-urban development, traffic management. Also, important subdirection is related to raising the awareness of the consumers and the people who take decisions, the owners of companies, owners of transport vehicles. That's also powerful activities and activities related to branding of the transport vehicles, and accordingly their awareness of their consumer protection service for making the choice, the informed choice aimed at choosing more environmentally friendly designs. Another one is investment into research, development in the field of digitalization, investment into acceleration of renewing the fleets used in the cities, the demo programs, also including the programs of deployment of alternative fuel infrastructure, which also includes hydrogen, quite many activities, as a detailed analysis was made, as well as ranging of different policies, policy options. All those policy options must be applied at the same time, ideally, yet the question is how it shall be applied time-wise. The ranging demonstrates what would be right to focus at and which requires resources. The most efficient activity is implementation of the standards on their specific emissions of CO2, energy efficiency, and environmental standards on emissions of toxic pollutants. And yet we don't forget the transborder transmissions. Those standards for CO2, this is the evolution of standards in different regions of the world, and Europe and US, including California. What can we see before introduction of the WLTC? We observe the differences, huge differences, between the emissions declared by producers during their certification tests, when they are allowed to the market, and the emissions in the real operation. In the same manner, the producers have reported back to the government, to EU countries, that we are reducing, this is a percentage of the reduction of CO2 emissions, and this never happened, because there is a difference of emissions in the lab and the real life, which increased, and this was one of the reasons of implementation of the new procedure. It was divided into several groups. I will not discuss on the analysis, yet there are quite a lot of information which confirms, regretfully, the doubtful news that it also fails to operate. It also doesn't work. And also there's a huge difference which differs. The gap is increasing. The next problem is of larger scale related to local contamination. We are criticized for careful estimates of 2 or 3 billion euro of economic loss. They look larger. The question is that Ukraine don't yet have the official methodology and the data how to count in the right way. In the EU countries, however, the total assessment of the contamination of the atmospheric air is up to 800 different estimates by 800 billion euro every year. For example, in Ukrainian cities, 90% of that contribution into contamination is generated by vehicles. You can imagine the scale of this problem. The first thing which comes to mind is implementation of the environmental standards. There are the norms of the EU, and Ukraine lags behind Tauris in the US, and also separately the question of what is implemented by China. It looks like European approach yet has some national specificities. This also shows the evolution of the stages of implementation. Also for large freight transport, what can we see is the same as with energy efficiency. The emissions obtained by producing in the labs during certification usually is quite different from what we have in the real life. Our French colleagues have demonstrated in Paris diesel and gasoline, the cars, passenger car, or with diesel engine, gasoline engine, as a laboratory test and in the real life. The scandal with Dieselgate, known to everyone, we know this scandal from the lab rather than newspapers. We have also tested all of the cars of all producers, and we have the understanding. The result of testing almost 1,200 vehicles, we took 3 producers, including Volkswagen. This set for Europe under European standards, Mazda, Japanese, and Ford for Americans. None of the leading producers of the world fulfill the requirements about emissions of carbon emissions. That's mileage, much smaller mileage in the beginning, rather than set by the standard, during which mileage of the vehicle such norms must be observed. You can also look into statistical data by various components and different standards, and there is a big problem, and it was detected in the lab, not on the road, in exactly replicated conditions. The same for NOx, which is 40 times higher compared to carbon oxides, and also the same picture of the environmental standards. Actually, environmental standards don't operate. They actually reflect, don't mirror the emissions during operations. They just mirror the technological capacity of the producer to cheat the regulator and the state and the consumer. This is what regretfully happens. If you look into the problem wider, we have to say that in 2020, when there was a question how Ukraine will provide for fulfillment of the commitments, the climatic commitments about reduction of CO2 emissions by transport, they said, well, we all move to electric vehicles and we shall be happy. Yet the question is why the electricity comes from the wall socket. They have counted in the former structure of power generation, the emissions have increased sharply. Currently, regretfully, as a result of airstrikes on thermal power generation, the situation is different. And yet the question is still on the agenda. If to review the emissions from vehicles, from automotive vehicles, I believe this is unacceptable. As we need to count the life cycle, including energy sector where the fuel or electricity is produced, also for electric vehicles, the sector of machine building which consumes also energy and commodity, and also very powerful sector of maintenance which is related to pollution and energy consumption. The transport infrastructure which requires energy to be spent as well as resources, and again emissions are produced during operation, construction and operation. This transport work which required by the society is related to ingredient and climatic pollutants of all the media, which make an impact and losses for the recipients, in particular the people, and other manifestations of wildlife. This is related to massive losses. Any changes like transfer to electricity, an increase of the share of renewable sources would require the overall the integrated approach. Otherwise, the situation can only be made worse from the point of climatic agenda of CO2 emissions. The same is true for the emissions of local pollutants. This system is very complex, and yet with the development of the theory, multiple factors, we have instruments to solve such tasks by application of the modern methods of calculation. As for the possible scenarios, I will show an example how it works and gives us the opportunity for the long run to look how particular political decisions, the activities for administration in that field will affect the situation, and also analyze both from the perspective of the effect and from the perspective of the cost in terms of the investment and cash spent. This is an example of prediction of the increase of the quantity of vehicles, and this we have counted how the fleet will change. On top there are electrical vehicles. We cannot turn the entire fleet into electric vehicles, to one's regret. Under the basic scenario, if you keep the same policy as we have today, what will be the changes of the energy consumption by the fleet? Will it grow? And here we can see different types of motor fuels, distribution by types of vehicles, passenger cars, commercial transport, heavy-duty vehicles, buses, and so on. Here you can see that the passenger cars actually consume most of the energy. Here you can see the emissions of the CO2. The dotted line, 60% of 1990. Now the commitment is even more tight, which is accepted by Ukraine. And actually, this is the most problematic sector of the economy. And there is a big question mark of how Ukraine will fulfill the international commitments taken by it in terms of climate change. It's a prediction of a reduction of consolidated emissions of CO2 depending on type. This is total, this is by categories of transport. It looks positive, and yet it's based on the data of environmental pollution, based on the average emissions from during the operation by vehicles of different class. In the European Institute, they cannot imagine that those vehicles that had to be recycled in the EU are bought by Ukraine, and they travel through the roads of our cities and are huge sources of pollution today. This is the distribution of pollutions by different categories. Those are consolidated emissions by types of fuel. The diesel fuel is the biggest environmental problem. How its contribution will change, it is marked in red for the period till 2050. We can see how the changes will take place of the consolidated emissions of CO2 from different categories of transport in the end of 2030s. Some part of it, of passenger cars, will be the same as freight transport due to implementation of more tight standards, and the same distribution percentage-wise. The question of average age, assessment of average age, the situation is terrible. To one's regret, Ukraine continues to be the place where the cars decommissioned from operation in European countries, not allowed for operation, would end their lifespan. Actually, we don't have any technical conditions for private vehicles. This is changes of the specific consumption of power, emissions, and attention, please. Even if you implement tight standards of emissions of CO2 for the vehicles, this is a scenario of what will happen if to do nothing. The emissions will grow. Implementation of very tight standards do not solve the problem of fulfillment of current obligations. We remain at the level of 60%. which is insufficient nowadays. Shall we review other scenarios? The scenario of explosive increase of electric vehicles. Even with that scenario, we cannot quickly change the entire fleet because this is an inertia to update, to renew the fleet. And with that scenario, there is a growth of CO2 emissions. You may see the dotted line. That's excluding the emission of electric power generation. With generation, with normal power generation, and between them there will be actual numbers depending on the share of renewable sources in the market of electricity of Ukraine in the future. Therefore, having the positive reduction after 2035 is only possible with two scenarios combined: in implementation of tight standards for emissions of CO2 by transport during the first registration, and implementation of very ambitious program of very quick renewal of the park in favor of electric vehicles, and there is no other option. Again, a comparison of the basic scenario as the one I discussed before from the point of CO emissions, of the proven toxicity, consolidated toxicity, the constraints of cars imported from Europe will last for a certain period, and all the garbage will be decommissioned naturally. If we would like to make it on first registration, we need to do it now rather than waiting for 2040 or 2050, because there is unrepairable damage to human health. We know that due to emissions of the particles, as we discussed today, every year, according to the EU, 7 times people die more compared to traffic accidents. It's a big social problem. Those are the people who will die early unless we implement European approaches towards regulation. And coming back to the strategy, how we solve that problem if regulation from the primary access to operation does not work in the proper way. Europe follows the way of implementation of the environmental areas, differentiated access to the road infrastructure. This is what I can see in Dresden of the content of weighted particles depending on the day of the week. Here we can see the weekend when there is less transport, the situation is much better. This is an example of efficiency. What the problem is about? The problem is that in Europe there is no unified system of implementation of environmental zones and regulation in that field, and even unified system, not even on European continent, even in particular countries, individual countries, in different cities, there are incompatible systems in place. Therefore, in the process of development of the concept of the regulation in this field, which is focused on the infrastructure, in the Ministry of Recovery, there was the first public discussion, and we saw that in addition to setting the limits of emissions, that's from the perspective of first allowance to operation, we are compelled to do it. We need to implement differentiated taxes for purchasing and possession, and the use of road infrastructure, and implement in the cities most contaminated with particles the environmental zones. Our idea was taken with interest by European Commission in 2021. By the invitation, we have reported about this idea. The idea of implementation of branding is based on consolidated toxicity. We shall focus a lot on the types of pollutants, the groups, connected groups, which makes it possible to understand the future strategy of regulation in this field of the components, whether NOx or the particles shall we focus our attention. And the gray one is the emissions from the depreciation products, so wear and tear products. 25% of total emission comes from the wear and tear. And this one can be compared with implementation of different norms of Euro. How summary toxicity changing. This is a system of branding. It was unified. This is a branding of an environmental zone. This system is dynamic. What does it mean? It means that the level of environmental danger, which is calculated on the basis of the waste, is a function of the environmental level, whether it's European, Chinese, or US or Japanese. And the period of operation, the level goes down.
motorway in the Kyiv Oblast has hosted 453 accidents in total. Out of them, 20 include human casualties and traumatization and injuries. So we can see the overall trend of more than 20%. Also, we can determine come up with a general rating of safety of roads starting from international, national, and regional roads. According to the study results and calculations, we can make a rating of the unsafest roads, national roads, by accidentality factor and severity factor. Those ones mostly are shortest in stretch and distance, but very, very faulty, very accidental. I can show you that in the slide where you can see the same roads, but the trend, can be tracked down. If you apply this methodology throughout all the network, we can help everyone come up with a strategy to improve road conditions on the most unsafest vehicle roads, especially in mind with the fact that the limited finances and resources should be allocated properly to improve the situation on our roads. We think that first of all, in poor resources, we should inspect those roads and take some primary measures on roads with higher faultiness or with most severest accidents and characterize them as most dangerous or just dangerous. But we want to have an accident rate zero, as in successful European countries. There is Directive 96 from the EU with different approaches. There are proactive approaches as well to evaluate infrastructure projects' impact on the safety of automotive roads. Then audits should be conducted all with the use of the methodology to evaluate the status of all the roads, and also and just safety inspections. Also, that includes highlighting stretches and stints of the same roads, and should be marked as most responsive when it comes to caliper measures. We should detect concentrated accident spots and stretches for which Ukraine has due acts of legislation that control and regulate the processes. Thanks to inspections, we can react to road situations that fall into the highest accident rate. We should first care and tend to those stretches that most of all require those anti-accident rate measures. Accident risk emergency should be explored, should be researched, and we find those states where there is a higher risk of accidents, and therefore we take one or another measure as a summary, as a conclusion. We may use multiple tools to improve the safety of Ukraine's traffic, which would relieve everyone of the severity of the results of the aftermath and help us achieve zero lethality of the roads of Ukraine. Maybe somebody has questions. Thank you very much, Olga. As always, the Institute is yielding very, very good, very up-to-date presentations. I think that pretty soon we're going to have a discussion panel where we talk about 1,000 questions. Then I'm asking about the schedule. We got Mr. Nazarenko in queue for speaking. Is at the ministry, but somebody can join us from the ministry? No. 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 Okay, let's wait for him. And now the next turn will be Andrei Klympush, who is acting as a deputy director of a scientific center for researching accidents and safety on roads. Welcome to your presentation, which will include recommendations and research as to a number of measures to provide for availability
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me well. I will launch presentations. The presentation. If you can see my presentation well, good afternoon once again, dear participants of the conference. During this year, we have focused quite a lot of work, scientific work, and prepared the report on it. I would like to introduce to you, for your attention, this work. This is a research and recommendations about implementation in Ukraine of the set of activities about providing for accessibility to driving the vehicles of persons with disability. So the work was done by the staff of the Center of Scientific Research in the field of safety on transport within the scientific research work in line with the plan of scientific research activities of the Institute and the national strategy for creating no barrier access in Ukraine for the period till 2030. The objective of the work is development of recommendations about implementation in Ukraine of the set of activities for implementation of national strategy for creating no barrier space in Ukraine for the period till 2030. In the part which is about providing for accessibility to driving the vehicles of persons with disabilities. Formation and implementation of the state policy of persons with disabilities, including that in terms of their access to driving the vehicles, is based on the basis of the norms like Constitution, Convention of the Rights of People with Disability, the laws of Ukraine, including on the basis of social protection of people with disability, rehabilitation of persons with disabilities, social services, and other acts of the legislation. Therefore, in Ukraine, a number of regulations have been approved, and the regulatory documents which regulate the matter of accessibility, access to driving the vehicles by persons with disability. The documents are based on the norms of international law and cover diverse aspects in the field of inclusion of the persons with disability. Ukraine may use the successful experience of the countries of the world, including Poland, Germany, UK, and United States. By the way, the interesting fact, for example, in UK, if the health condition of the driver is going worse and may affect his ability to safely drive the vehicle, such a driver must inform the authorized body of the country, and also such a person has a duty to voluntarily refuse from the driver's license for such a period. Within the strategy of the EU about the rights of persons with disability for 2025-2030, the Executive Commission implements two types of documents for people with disability. The certificate and parking card. Those documents are unified for all countries in the EU, which provides for the opportunity of free mobility within the Schengen zone and also receiving additional services within fulfillment of the national strategy of creating a barrier-free space in Ukraine. Ukraine has the ability to get involved in new standards of Europe and also use its experience, valuable experience. To fulfill the national strategy, the directions have been outlined, the tasks have been outlined, among which there is a need to stimulate the production by domestic companies of transport vehicles, which are adjusted to be driven by people with disability. Nowadays, domestic production of cars is at a very low level, which does not satisfy the needs of the society. Though more than 200 economic entities, the producers have declared the activities for production of cars. As the matter of accessibility of vehicles to people with disability is partially resolved by re-equipment of vehicles which are in operation with mechanisms of manual control. However, the documents of the large share of the re-equipped transport vehicles are not do not represent the changes in the design. As a design solution for transport vehicles for drivers with disability have different mechanisms of solving the matter of re-equipment of vehicles which can be adopted in line with the requirements and individual needs of people with disability, and be in conformity with legislation, comply with the legislation in terms of safety of traffic. On the internet, one can find the announcements on installation of mechanism of manual control on vehicles for people with disability. However, most of them causes great doubts about the safety of such design and of the vehicle on which such mechanisms will be installed. Installation of mechanisms on transport vehicles must comply with a number of requirements. There must not be deterioration of convenience of access to the workplace of the driver, the cabin of the vehicle, the prefabricated items of control. No need to replace such items of control, prevent from accessing other items of control. The manual control mechanism might comply with obligatory requirements of the norms and rules in terms of safety of the design. Summarizing the above, nowadays in Ukraine we need to regulate a number of matters in terms of providing for accessibility of transport vehicles for people with disability. Amongst other things, we need to note the need to implement effective and transparent system of control over the technical condition of all of the registered vehicles. In the year 2023, in Ukraine, specialized training institutions began to operate to train drivers with disability, which enable to receive services for studying the theory and to receive the skills of driving the car. Theoretical classes can be obtained by visiting their training institution or in the way of remote training. To pass the practical classes, one can choose a flexible schedule of education in presence. There must be a certain sequence of the legislatively defined procedure, one of the stages of which is receiving the access to training by passing the medical examination. The list of medical contraindications with which a person cannot be allowed to drive the relevant vehicles has a division into two groups of drivers with disability, which covers all of the categories of driver's licenses available at the moment. Therefore, in Ukraine, nowadays, the preconditions have been created to train the drivers with disability by different categories, and yet, regretfully, educational institutions for training of drivers with disability only train by the category B. For training of drivers with disability, specialized educational establishments must have template programs of training the drivers of the vehicle, which includes the possibilities of training the drivers with disability and also the training vehicles equipped with mechanism of manual control. In addition to the requirements of the design of training vehicles for drivers with disability, such a vehicle must be equipped with additional pedals and also mirrors of rear view, especially for training of drivers, as it is provided for by requirements of the traffic rules. The traffic rules also envisage the requirements to branding of the training vehicles with the sign training vehicle. And the national standard 3849 sets the requirements to making the relevant branding on such training vehicles. As we believe, in case of training of a driver with disability on the transport vehicle, in addition to the sign of the training vehicle, also there must be the sign driver with disability. Therefore, the specialized training institutions for training the drivers with disabilities must have both training vehicles equipped with manual control and also inclusive premises adapted for the needs of persons with disability. At the same time, in Ukraine, it's necessary to increase the number of such specialized training institutions. By the results of the studies of the research, recommendations have been developed about that set of activities to provide for the accessibility of transport vehicles to be driven by the people with disability, including physical no barriers, information and digital no barriers, public no barriers, as well as activities for educational and economic no barriers. The proposed activities conform with strategic objectives of the national strategy to create a barrier-free space in Ukraine, taking into account the specificity of the national legislation and the needs of people with disability, the best international practices, principles and approaches. The results obtained can be used for improvement of the legal framework, the regulatory documents, and relations between different bodies, companies and organizations about ensuring the accessibility to driving the vehicles by persons with disabilities. Thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you, Andriy. This is a very important social matter. According to the plan, we expect to have a presentation about the barriers towards providing the vehicles, yet for technical reasons it was postponed for the second day. Please pay due attention that tomorrow this topic will be reported. And the next stop on the plenary session, number 34, guarantees of protection of rights of persons with limited mobility and persons with disabilities during providing services by public passenger transport, which is provided for the requirements of European legislation that presenter Volodymyr Trokhymchenko, head of the Scientific and Methodology Unit, transportation of safe cargo and verification of knowledge personnel of the National Transport University. Good afternoon.
Ще ні, чекаємо. Щелкніть, будь ласка, двічі, щоб вийти.
Please press twice.
Зараз видно все чи ні?
Так, з'явилося.
Буквально хвилинку, тому що щось. Так. Є видно, так? До вашої уваги представляю доповідь.
For your attention, there is a presentation guarantee of protection of rights of people with limited mobility and people with disability while providing services by public passenger transport as it is provided for by the European legislation. The purpose of this presentation is a summary of the requirements of European legislation, application of general European practices for providing for equal rights and accessibility for people with limited mobility, or, as I say, people with limited physical capacity, and also discussing the problem of this matter in Ukraine. In this presentation, the attention is focused on specificities of the requirements of the regulations of the European Union. Part of it is shown on this slide, which is a convention of the United Nations for the right about the rights of persons with limited capacity. Regulation 864, 171, 1071, the Directive of the EU 2561, and the Directive 103. In line with the requirements of the regulatory and legal acts, the services for passenger transport must be accessible for all users. By this requirement, we must understand equal rights and accessibility for people with disability, in line with requirements of the UN Convention about rights of people with limited capability. Such persons must be accepted for transportation, must not have refusals based on their disability or certain constraints in their mobility, except for the reasons which are provided for due to safety or the design of the transport vehicle or the infrastructure. Within the relevant legislation about protection of the users with limited mobility, they must use the right of support on the stations and on transport. For the interest of social inclusion, such people must receive relevant support free of charge. Also, all users of passenger transport must be provided with relevant level of protection, including insurance from accidents, compensation in case of lethal cases, and compensation in case of loss or damage of luggage. In addition to compensation in case of international or intercity transportation, the passengers must have the right for support due to their urgent practical needs as a result of the accident, which took place during the trip. Such support must include, if necessary, the first aid, also nutrition, food, clothing, and transportation services. Continuing the presentation as of providing the services of public transport to people with limited mobility, according to the regulation 171, a disabled person or person with limited mobility is any person whose mobility when using the transport is limited as a result of physical disability, sensor, permanent or temporary mental disability or disturbance, or any other reason for the disability, or due to the age, and whose condition requires proper attention and adaptation to the special need when providing services. At the same time, the requirements of the design of transport vehicles, which are used for providing the services of public passenger transport, in line with paragraph 221 of the rules of the UN number 07, which are valid in the territory of Ukraine. So the category of passengers of limited mobility includes a wider circle of persons who sustain difficulties when using the public transport. In particular, people with sensor and mental disorders, the users of wheelchairs, people with damaged extremities, people of small height, passengers with luggage, people of older age, pregnant women, and persons with shopping carts, including passengers with children who are in the children's carts. Also, such needs must be taken into account when providing services of public passenger transport. And while analyzing European legislation in the field of providing the guarantees of protection of rights to people with limited capacity, it can be divided into 4 parts: accessibility, training, responsibility, and interaction. As for accessibility, when taking decisions about design of new stations or stops and substantial works for re-equipment, the management bodies of such stations must take into account the needs of the people with disability in line with the requirements of the design for everyone. The management bodies of the station must define the points where such people can inform of their arrival and the need for help. Also, the carriers must use transport vehicles, the design of which must provide for the ability of carrying people with limited capacity. In line with the requirements of the legislation to satisfy the need of people with disability, there must be the proper training of the personnel. Such a training would include improvement of professional competence of the drivers of vehicles, during which the training is provided about the awareness about disability. Such training is provided for by EU Directive 2561 on primary qualification and periodical training of drivers of some transport vehicles for carrying cargo and passengers. In line with the requirements, the carriers and the bodies of management of bus station must establish procedure of training about the disability, including the instruction, and ensure that the personnel periodically undergoes training in the field of providing support to people with disability. The personnel which is directly working with travelers and people with limited capacity also must undergo the relevant training and instruction. The training programs which are about people with disability must be developed with participation of the leading educational organizations, also such organizations that represent the rights of people with disability and persons with limited mobility. The rights of passengers of passenger transport must include receiving information about services before the travel and during the travel. All the main information which is provided to passenger of bus transport also must be provided by request in alternative formats accessible to disabled persons and persons with limited mobility, like big fonts, simple language, braille script, electronic messages which can be received with adaptive technology or audio recording. The passenger who departs from the station must be subject to oversight and information in such a way that this is accessible to all passengers. Information about the departures from a station. There is also a responsibility in case of international intercity transportation of people with disability or limited mobility. If a person with disability or limited mobility is taken by the carrier to the bus station which is unequipped for the needs, then the carrier must compensate the cost and return free of charge such a person to the point of departure with the earliest opportunity. If it is not possible to deliver to the first point of departure or to deliver to another point, he must organize the delivery of such person with the help of alternative transport services to the place of destination. In most cases, the interaction takes place with the help of electronic services, in particular when the bus station or tourist operator receives a message that for the ticket purchased will be the travel of a person with disability or limited mobility within the shortest time possible, must transmit such information to the carrier and vice versa. If the carrier during boarding finds such people, he must notify the station of destination and inform about estimated time of arrival. If a result of cancellation or delay, the passengers miss such a trip, the carrier or the management body of the station will make reasonable efforts to notify the relevant passengers about the alternative connecting trips. As of today, in Ukrainian legislation also there are positive changes in the field of providing services to people with limited mobility. On the conditions of full-scale war in Ukraine, this matter becomes more important. Continuing this report, I would like to draw attention to the problematic matters, making the parallel to European legislation. We shall review Ukrainian legislation in the context of four parts: accessibility, training, interaction, and responsibility. Regretfully, most of the items of physical surrounding are not adapted to be used by people with disability and persons with limited mobility. Part of the public transport, as well as intercity international communication, is obsolete and inaccessible, which makes it impossible to provide transport services to people with disability and other low mobility groups. There are no ramps, no equipped places of the low low mobility group of the population. The pointers also titled information and also sound information. The reason of that problem is lack of the system of monitoring and gaps in the relevant legal framework. I would like to have a look at economic accessibility. Most of the norms of European legislation is included into Ukrainian legislation. It is defined that people with disability and other low mobility groups of the population have the right to free transportation of technical and other means of rehabilitation prescribed for personal mobility, like wheelchairs, and also the guiding dogs that accompany people with eyesight impairment. Yet in the European legislation, there is also free transportation for a person who accompanies a disabled person. In Ukrainian reality, such a person has to pay for the travel. About the training, in Ukraine there is a training provided of the drivers of road transport vehicles in line with the order of the Ministry of Infrastructure number 789, but approval of the procedure of confirming professional competence of drivers of vehicles for providing services for transportation of passengers and cargo. The training takes place within the training centers provided for the Ministry of Territories. One of them is the Research Institute for Transport. The specialist has developed training programs that include necessary materials needed to provide services to disabled persons. Also the need to pass training about boarding and onboarding for people with limited physical capabilities is defined in the last version of changes to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers number 1001 on approval of licensing conditions for economic activity for transportation of passengers, dangerous cargo and dangerous waste by automotive transport, international transportation of passengers and cargo by automotive transport. We need to focus our attention on the lack of the system of certification of specialists with confirmed skills in terms of accessibility and mandatory training of personnel of bus stations. Some of the bus stations are responsible in that matter, and yet they are not the majority. About responsibility and interaction, as for this question, we need to say that the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories initiated amendments to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers number 176 on approval of the rules of service provision by passenger road transport. The amendments will make it possible to create the relevant electronic list of bus stations, which will improve the interaction between the carriers and the bus stations. Yet, as of today, we have multiple cases when the bus stations are not adopted to be used by persons with disability or limited capacity. When the passenger transport arrives to the bus station in the evening time, it often happens that the bus station is closed, which makes it impossible to use services of the personnel of the bus station or other necessary support by such people. It's also necessary to note the matter of insurance of the users of passengers in Ukraine. There is a notion as passenger carrying capacity. This is provided for technical characteristic of the vehicle and also defined in the registration documents number of seats for transportation of passengers on transport vehicles. Accordingly, when doing the transportation, the passenger carrier provides for within the procedure provided for by law, insurance of passengers in line with that passenger carrying capacity. Yet the problem is the following. If in some transport vehicle it is written that the number of passengers is 25 seats, then the insurance covers exactly 25 people who are on the transport vehicle. If for some reason in the transport vehicle there will be, for example, 30 people. In case of the insurance case, if the insurance case occurs, there will be a question of compensation to those 5 additional people who are in excess of the passenger carrying capacity of the vehicle. Also, there is a question providing digital services to people with disability and low mobility groups. Most of services for buying tickets are not adopted for this group of the population.
проблематика, яку хотів би
I have highlighted all of the problems which I believe to be important to be highlighted. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions,
буду радий їх почути.
I will be happy to hear them. Thank you, Volodymyr.
Вже наближається дискусійна панель.
The discussion panel comes closer. With the permission of the participants, according to the agenda, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zhuravel, head of the sector of legislative support of the safety on transport vehicles, who carries out the duties of the head of the center of research of the problems on transport, with a presentation on the topic of service and quality of service during transportation by passenger vehicles, the realities, the needs and prospects. Good afternoon. I will share my screen.
Все бачимо, дякую.
My presentation, service and quality of servicing during passenger transformation by passenger road transport, realities, the needs and prospects. As it was mentioned more than once in today's presentation, for the purpose of comprehensive resolution of problems in the transport sector and defining the priorities of its development, taking into account the requirements of Euro-integrational policy provided for by Ukraine, according to the agreement on the association between Ukraine and the European Union, the Cabinet Minister of Ukraine has developed and approved the national strategy of Ukraine for the period till 2030 by the decision of the Cabinet Ministers of Ukraine on 30th of May 2018 under the number of 130. That strategy is revised every year and updated with involvement of specialists of our institute. The strategy defines the key directions of development of transport sector, which includes improvement of quality of providing transport services, approximation of the level of its development and infrastructure up to the level of European standards. In today's speeches, in many speeches, we discussed the improvement of quality of transport service provision. Mr. Brahman, Mr. Kreidenko was discussing that, Kreidenko, representative of the Parliament and specialist from Kharkiv-based institute. Therefore, I would like to discuss this topic in more detail. Along with this key direction, the strategy also reviews improvement of the level of safety, reduction of negative impact on the environment, improvement of the system of management, also making administrative reform and decentralization of the authority of central executive branch agencies, implementation of anti-corruption policy, corporate governance in the public sector of the economy. Shall we review in more detail the urgent problems and prospect ways of development of the first direction, which is about improvement of quality of provision of transport services. In line with the regulation of the strategy, nowadays the transport sector satisfies only the main needs of the population and the economy for transportation by scale, by volume, not quality. A modern condition of the transport sector does not conform with requirements of effective implementation of European integration policy of Ukraine and integration of national transport network with trans-European transport network. One of the directions of the strategy, which was discussed before, is improvement of quality of provisions of transport services and the control over its implementation by making changes to the legislative documents regulating provision of service by public passenger transport. The purpose of this work is doing the analysis of the overall problems of improvement of quality of the public passenger transport and defining the optimal ways of solving such problems, taking into account the regulations of the strategy, the provisions of the strategy. The overall problems of improvement of quality of services of public passenger transport, which requires resolution in line with the requirements of the strategy, includes low quality of transport services for passenger transformation, lack of conformity with EU legislation of the system of social commitments and providing publicly important services for transportation of passengers, low level of accessibility of transport service and transport vehicles and transport infrastructure for people with disability and other low mobility groups of the population, as it was reported by the previous speaker, limited budgets of financing of expenses related to providing services for passenger transformation, drawbacks in the procedure of the competition and signing contracts for provision of services, a lack of systemic control from the organizers of transportation, over fulfillment by the carrier of the terms and conditions of contracts for providing services on the bus itineraries of common use, which does not guarantee the passengers to receive quality services. Insufficient motivation of carriers about investment and activities to enhance the level of quality and comfort of transportation on bus itineraries of common use. Also unfair competition, in particular availability of the number of carriers who carry out the activity with no permissive documents. In its turn, this constrains the investment of the carriers into the activities for quality improvement of passenger transport services. Also, monopolies in the bus station activity causes low quality of service provision. Those problems in the EU countries are regulated by control over fulfillment of the requirements of such regulations, as regulation of the EU 1071 and 2016, which sets the requirements to access of operators of automotive transport to the activity of transportation. His good reputation as a reason of the ability of losing it due to serious violations for the failure to fulfill requirements of other regulatory documents of the EU, like the regulation 1073 about the access to markets of international transportation by buses, the directive 2021 about periodical training of drivers, the regulation 1370 of provision of public transport or passenger transportation, regulation 181 about the rights of passengers of bus transport, UN Convention about the rights of persons with limited ability, and quite many other regulatory documents of the EU. It's worthwhile to draw the attention that fulfillment of requirements of regulations and directives when providing services by public passenger transport also covers all participants of the transport process involved when providing services. As an example, we can quote the requirements of Article 5 of the Regulation 181, which tells that in the case when fulfillment of the duty under such regulation was entrusted to the carrier, the seller of tickets, the contractor, or any other person, the carrier, the tourist agent, or the operator who entrusted such duties, nevertheless, remains liable for actions or lack of actions of such a contractor. Also, the party to whom the fulfillment of duties was entrusted by the carrier, tourist agent, tourist operator, is covered by this regulation due to entrusted responsibilities. The sellers of tickets, internet sellers of tickets, and other ones who covered by transport legislation. Regretfully, in Ukraine, this matter was not regulated, and therefore, even cannot we say how many tickets, in which directions, and who is selling, what is the quality of services on the itinerary. Analysis and detailing of the above-mentioned problems in line with regulations of the strategy demonstrates that the reason of low quality of services of public passenger transport in Ukraine is lack of efficient system to collect administrative data in transport sector and objective assessment of its condition and prospects of development. Incompletion of the administrative reform, in particular the process of delimitation of functions of state regulation and control, including formation of relevant government bodies, the operational activity and functions of a commercial activity of transport companies, lack of efficient system of communications and feedback between the bodies of management of transport, the transport companies, and the users of transport services, which reduces the efficiency of management of transport and the quality of transport and logistics services, lack of the system of criteria and indicators of assessment of quality of provision of transport services. Solving that problem in line with requirements of the strategy is possible by provision of the efficient public oversight or control of the quality of provision of transport services for transportation of passengers. It's well known that the process of resolving any problem can be tracked only by specific indicators. In order to implement effective state oversight of the quality of transport services of public passenger transport, it's necessary to develop and implement a mechanism of effective control on the basis of criteria which is defined in the European standards implemented into the legal framework in Ukraine about quality of services of the population with public passenger transport. In particular, the standard 13816, Transportation, Logistics and Services of Public Passenger Transport, the purpose and the quantitative assessment of the quality of service provision, 15140, Public Passenger Transport, main requirements and recommendations about the system of quantitative assessment of the quality of service provision. The standards of quality of services of public passenger transport will make it possible to make the monitoring of their quality both online and offline. In its turn, this will make it possible to revise the impact of any changes which affect the quality of service provision in the digital format. In its turn, this will make it possible to choose the optimal variants of development of transport infrastructure, including improvement of quality of services by public passenger transport, quickly with minimal costs and low risk at the conditions of limited resources. Also, implementation of effective public oversight over the quality of transport of public passenger transport in line with regulations of the strategy. It's necessary to develop and implement a mechanism of market oversight over the quality of service provision on the basis of requirements of standards mentioned above. This will support the approximation of transport legislation of Ukraine to EU requirements, as it was discussed in the previous speeches, because fulfillment of requirements of the strategy will help to integrate Ukraine with the internal market of the EU, both for improvement of quality of providing transport services and also effective implementation of administrative reform, fighting against corruption, transparency of decision-making, clear delimitation of functions and distribution of authority between their executive branch agencies and economic entities, providing for equal conditions for providing of transport services. This is the end of the report. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. Very dynamic presentation. You just recalled the document that underlies all our activities. I've got a proposal. We got still 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, we got a coffee break. What if I offer that we take this break virtually, because we don't want to postpone our discussion panel until the curfew is over. So I've got a cup of coffee here. I've already made. So let's do it like simultaneously virtually. Let's continue our work. All right, you've got to cook some coffee. Okay, we're gonna make some coffee. If somebody is off for coffee, we won't complain. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. We can put all things together while doing this. Then, if you allow me, the next presentation will be the role of educational components, introduction to one specialty, designer specialty, delivered by Natalia Novina, and she's assistant of the Kharkiv National Automobile Road University. Welcome, please. Well, okay, we can see your slides.
Звук не включен.
You're muted. Please unmute your microphone. We can't hear you just yet. She's unmuted, but there is no sound.
Так. Наталія Нарсенія, ми вас не чуємо. У вас проблеми зі звуком. Щось мікрофон, Zoom показує, що включений.
Алло.
Yes, now we can hear you. Okay. Very good. Well, you may start anew and talk in a more structured way. Okay, that's the role of educational component, introduction to the specialty for graduates and graduate students of designer specialties. Here in the 21st century, in the foreground of industry development, there is a demand for highly qualified specialists, which also includes the problem of career development, specialty training, vocational training. There are more and more automobiles. Their production is increasing, and car building, vehicle building firms require specialists in the designing specialists. According to the data of the European Vehicle Manufacturers Association, the automobile industry requires more money for R&D compared to the other industries in Europe. But the results of ongoing improvement of technologies and new discoveries, there is a trend to change new transportation for more ecological, with its basic elements lighter in weight, more environmentally friendly and intellectual vehicles, cars for the future. Automobile industry is developing dynamically and is the most innovative area or industry of the European economy. Among the 10 key industries, it sustains more than 30% of costs, global costs on R&D, and it leaves much behind the other players like pharma and biotechnologies. The European automobile sector by much surpasses Japan, that goes at twice lesser pace, and the US, whose investments in the automotive vehicles and parts are about 18 billion euros, though for the most part the information about intellectual and self-reliant, self-controlled cars, automobiles, comes from the US. The most patent applications when it comes to autonomous or self-reliant car automobile technology comes from Europe. Out of the total number of all the patents in the world, 33.3% falls into Europe, which is ahead of the US with its 31%. And the third place is held by Japan, fourth by South Korea. Their proportion when it comes to patent applications in the world, 11.5 and 10.5% respectively. All these striking circumstances confirm the growing demand of automobile makers for qualified designers. So training designers in automotive industry becomes very much demanded in higher education establishments in Ukraine, the BA and MA level, which is confirmed by higher competition to enter those universities. There is a tradition in Ukraine confirmed by theory and practice of the Ukrainian education schooling, the incorporation of academic process with R&D activities, and then the use of students, graduate students, for resolution of practical objectives. The high level of education of the population could be compared with the average European statistics. And the existing scientific, pedagogical potential capacity can substantially influence the innovations in the area of education. will strengthen the openness of the national education system and its further prospects of being integrated into the world and EU educational system. Cooperation with the Europeans in the area of education and Ukraine's pathway to Europe is one of the priorities for the development of higher education in Ukraine. This is not the single goal, but it's not necessarily that that's not the only goal. We need to integrate into Europe, and therefore providing people with good education is one of the most important objectives. Quality of education is regulated to a major extent by standards of higher education. When it comes to developing standards for higher education, what is taken into account that the processes of creating a single educational space in Europe. One of the most important problems of higher education is the optimal or an optimal ratio between fundamental versus special subjects and turning your education into making a holistic picture of life. So the curricula of universities and vocational schools and automobile building programs include the component which is called Introduction to Specialty, which major objectives include familiarization of students with the underlying principles and the methods of studies in higher educational establishments, formation of motivation for studies by specialty they choose according to the up-to-date integration processes. In international education, the use of the most important aspects, subjective and competence of a automotive designer to be the educational components and the introduction to specialty play a key role in one's professional career seeking and career building for the future, for the designers to be. This course allows for not only familiarization with the basics of the trade, but also develop one's skills that will later become the foundation for further studies and career opportunities, career path. In the modern world, technologies are developing with at high speed. A designer should have high ethical aspirations, motivation. This is why introduction to specialty as a subject gets more significant. The syllabus and the educational components for specialty 133 automobile building is compiled, taken into account with all the requirements that might be produced. The syllabus as introduction to specialty was developed on the World Automobile Building program, which includes the purpose, the subject, prerequisites and post-requisites, and the competences, the general and the specialty-related results of studies, the progress of studies, then theoretical plans, methods of studies, scoring system, then politics of the course and literature recommended. All the constituents of the educational components and specialty introduction are significant in the educational process. The BA studies are involving national dignity object or site. Here comes the presentation on the national pride object. And there is a laboratory, which is a special object of Ukraine, Nikita laboratory of the Kharkiv National Automotive and Road University. It was awarded that status for our prominent developments, and a design office was created based on that facility with the participation of graduate students starting from their first year, and over many years they develop and make unique Hadi cars because of remote learning that is available with the use of a special system. A professor has an opportunity to use different methods of studying, of teaching, which improve one's motivation for studying. The topical plan of subject introduction or specialty introduction is made up of theory, hand-on exercises, which helps the students to absorb the material more successfully. They write papers, their first papers. They take part in students' conferences. They learn using databases. They learn documenting standards. Let's look at the most important objectives of the educational component, specialty introduction to specialty. This course includes one's familiarization with their future trade, profession. They find out about what a designer needs to do, production designer needs to do, their role in the productive process and career opportunity, formation of basic knowledge. The course provides introduction to design engineering, technical creativity, and innovative activity, and the development of professional skills. Special attention is paid to analytical thinking, ability to work with technical documentation and the use of special software, and nurturing professional ethics. That's another educational component, which includes a designer's responsibility to society and ecological standards, formation of motivation for studies by specialty chosen. This course, which is Introduction to Specialty, to one subject, includes methods and pathways that will improve one's motivation, incentivation. Another objective is to familiarize engineering as a subject and its history of engineering solutions, to understand how society was helping, how science was helping society and the challenges that the designers of the past had. Let's look at the importance of this course for designers training. Formation of professional identity. Educational component helps the students get conscious of their role within the workflow and understand how competences are necessary for successful performance, which is especially important to be used as an incentive for studies and self-development. Also, that includes working with technical documentation. So you use drawings as a designer every day with specifications and other documents. When it comes to this course, Introduction to Specialty, the graduate students get their initial skills, hand-on skills to operate with those documents, which makes their further studies easy. Then designing tools and methods. This course introduces the students to modern designing methods, which is automatic designing system introduction throughout early stages, aiming for them to be adapted to operating the software, which is a standard in the industry. The development of analytical thinking. Designing activity requires from specialists to be able to analyze complicated objectives, complicated things to do, and find optimal solutions. This course develops in the students skills for analyzing and projection, which is especially important when it comes to unstable technological environment. Once familiarization with the most pressing trends, with the most up-to-date trends, the course also includes the engineering up-to-date trends, the use of materials, use of AI and robots, which helps the students to get the hang of the most modern developments. Let's look at the practical significance of the educational component of this course. Introduction to innovations. A modern designer has to be not only an executor but a creator of new solutions. This course, Introduction to Specialty, forms in graduate students a base for innovative thinking, which is important to achieve a success in a highly technological environment. Ethical aspects of the trade. Designer engineers are responsible for the safety and quality of their make. The course also reiterates compliance with ethical norms, which lays down a foundation for future ethical responsibility. Interdisciplinary work, preparation for it. Once designer activity stipulates mixing together, visiting with specialists from other related specialties, marketeers, technologists, and others. This course helps graduate students understand the importance of teamwork and ability to act in a multiple teams. The practical part of this course can include doing some project work, design work, which will allow them to test themselves for future engineering, which will be an introduction that prepares their participation in big future projects. That's the prospect of using the knowledge. So in other words, the students, they have honed this discipline, this subject successfully, will get a number of advantages, which is being certain of one's career path and its promises. Then hand-on skills, activities which make further studies of special disciplines easier, development of the most important trends and requirements of the modern labor market in the area of engineering and designing, teamwork skills and efficient communications with the colleagues, one's readiness to make engineering decisions, taking into account ecological and other prospects. Summary is as follows, that the educational component of the course, Introduction to Special introduction is an important element in preparing and training of designers to be. It's not only the specifics of this profession, but also formation of skills and hand-on abilities to be adapted in the modern world at work, development of professional competence and formation of ethical principles make this course indispensable for preparing highly qualified experts that are ready for 21st century's challenges. Apart from that, studying the up-to-date trends and participation in this project motivate the students for further honing of their activities and implementation of innovations to their professional activity. My presentation is over. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Natalie. I here think that if the graduate students hear this presentation, they'll be already up and running, preparing for that program. That means that we're gonna select students, we're gonna take students that will be highly professional from that particular course. And now it's over to Kostiantyn Zharov, who is Regulations Systems Transport Academy of Ukraine. He will talk about the requirements for designing vehicles, trains in Ukraine and in the world. Just a big secret to be discovered. That's very good issue, and we kept it for the last, just to hold your attention, retain your attention. Your presentation, please. Thank you, Alexei, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you. So now I'm launching my presentation. So my presentation is called Designing of Automotive Vehicles, Trends in Ukraine, Requirements for that design in Ukraine and the world. I will try to present to you the most important designs of road vehicles that Ukraine mostly has, and it's just for you to be able to more that's to save the time for the discussion panel and talk about all the aspects in discussion. So the regulatory framework, the legal framework that establishes requirements for automotive vehicles is based on Ukraine's constitution, and there is social significance, therefore. System of technical regulation of vehicles. It includes also the level of safety of automotive designs and reduction in the intensity of harmful emissions and other factors of negative influence from those vehicles. The underlying regulatory documents are the international treaties, like the Geneva Treaty, goes back to 1958, the UN Treaty, and it's attached to technical regulations, UN regulations, and the number 171 in total, and they were introduced to Ukraine's legislation, and that is an agreement that provides different bonuses to the parties. This is mutual recognition by the countries that are participants of those things. And the second one was the association treaty, was Article 368, which obliges to the Ukrainian legal framework to be adapted to the EU. There is also the law of Ukraine on road traffic and about the first state registration of automotive vehicles. 938 resolution of the cabinet, which regulates the procedure for approving designs of automotive vehicles. So the question is, what should be done to provide for compliance to the regulation? Regulation 2018 8588 and 2019 and was not yet approved on kinds of automotive vehicles, and the regulation as of something 68 as of 2016, and that was about motorcycle vehicles. It's just to say that on the website of the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories has a draft resolution by the cabinet about the approval of technical regulation as to the safety of road automotive vehicles that will replace the already put forth bylaws, and it will provide for convergence to the European with the European Union regulations. And if we talk about the history of designs of automotive vehicles, that goes back to 93, when the certification of CRSAPRO was established. So the most important moments, therefore, the symbolic ones, was Ukraine's joining Geneva Treaty of '58. Then in 2016, when the first stage of the regulation system was over, and they switched to the other system according to the procedure for approving designs, which refers to and was based on UN technical regulations. And as of today, as we already spoke at the conference, we were almost 3 times behind the EU, which is 30 requirements for wheeled road vehicles in Ukraine. In the EU, it goes up to 75. And the general structure that is part of the European regulations today, everything is harmonized in Ukraine by only a fourth, which is 24% harmonization level. The other requirements when it comes to UN regulation with the amendments, in other countries they use that to a higher extent. Some of the amendments are not used in Ukraine, or it's either the regulations, UN regulations, or EU regulations. So this is how the vector of development of the technical regulation system for automotive vehicles was formed. So our legislation needs to be put into harmony and should include what it's missing, but what's available also in the Soviet Union. And then I want to briefly show you that this slide only shows the requirements that the EU, that we don't have of EU, that we have to implement, and it's divided into 2 blocks. The first one includes strengthening safety. I will not go over each particular of them because I don't want to postpone our discussion panel. The most important and modern requirement was systems for emergency call 112, which is an intellectual transportation system, and that's according to regulation 10,240, intellectual transportation systems. Another block is, I can tell you, block that concerns unprotected traffic participants like cyclists and pedestrians. It protects pedestrians. Then there were better requirements for automatic finding and prevention of collision with pedestrians, and objects that are behind you, then looking around, some warning signals. The third block is active security, active safety, which includes the most up-to-date European requirements of the European system. Warning about leaving your lane, emergency halt, then our assisted braking system, then resilience, steadiness system, and that will be implemented after the war is over in Ukraine. That also emergency braking systems, accidental braking system now. And the next one block that includes active safety, electric systems and requirements for unsanctioned use and access denied use. And this access denied use, unsanctioned use, this part has that refers to 155, which is protecting one's car from cyber attacks. Then the next block is related to a driver's behavior, and it's mostly related to automatic control, auto driving. That was already mentioned today at this conference. It also includes warning of loss of attention, distraction warning, and prevention, distraction prevention, drowsiness prevention, and Rule 157, monitoring of the availability systems for drivers, replacing systems that collect information about the car and the objects in the vicinity, which is the autopilot. That means that these vehicles utilize latest technologies of the latest automation level installed on a vehicle. Then the overall design of vehicles is the next block, which also includes requirements that have existed a long time in the EU, and there are absent. They are absent from the Ukrainian legislation, and of course, gradually they got to be introduced. That includes road signs, spots, like them plaques with ID, which we are missing very much. Then protection of wheels, then sprinkle guarding and oil leak prevention, then fire safety on buses and coaches. And the one last but one is the environmental. Then acoustic noise is also taken into account. Acoustic pollution is taken into account, and according to them, this kind of noise is calculated differently. Because in the regulation they have minimum and maximum levels of allowable noise. Also, there is a number of block as to CO2 emission. Another block is, we've talked a lot about this, on harmful substances emission. I tell you that the European Union today has rules of that go back to 2009 now, something that we're planning to introduce since September the 1st, 25. Then since 26, then according to, about CO2, I'll tell you what this block is related to limitations of allowable levels of rates of CO2 according to the European Union. And we have a trend, like we all, for gradual stringency raising, and this particular aspect mostly related to the number of electric cars, electric vehicles, and then shift towards in the EU market towards electric cars. Unfortunately, we don't have laws like that on electric transportation. This is why we have this situation. Next one is cars or vehicles, the trucks being fit for disposal of electric cars that were in question, which is very important. And there's another factor, which is the percentage of vehicles that will be fit for either disposal or reuse. And the last one of this block, the system regulating access to the liquids that operate in the system, and the last one is access to the information and awareness raising diagnostics of the vehicle when it comes to automatic control. That's software update. These are European requirements. If we talk about global requirements and their establishing them, there are two legal international systems. That's the Geneva Treaty of the UN that goes back to 1958, and there's a global treaty that goes back to 1998, I guess. The Geneva was ratified by our Ukraine, was adapted to our Ukrainian legislation. Ukraine is a party to that agreement, to that treaty for 20 years already. Between those treaties, the difference is only about the fact that the global treaty the most important sense of these treaties is that the regulations and the requirements adapted by Ukraine from the EU, they pretty often are taken from work group discussion results that was sitting before the 1998 Act. So those texts are developed. Those regulations are developed based on studies that are performed based on global technical regulations. If you look into the geography of the global treaty, as it's indicated in red, then you will see that Ukraine is the only country that hasn't joined in Europe, and that means, unfortunately, that we're deprived of the possibility to influence any research that are within the domain of that work group activities. We cannot make a contribution to the development, that means, of global requirements. It would be very expedient if Ukraine joins this global treaty. As examples of those regulations, technical regulations, 140 regulation that acts within the EU, as I've already said, is stipulated to be implemented in Ukraine. It's a global technical regulation number 8, that's control system, and the same way number 9 as to pedestrian safety is the foundation for the UN 127 regulation, which is reflected in EU legislation. Global technical regulation number 10 was used as the foundation for Rule 49. Dedicated to power plants, that was global technical number 12, reflected in regulation 34, Ukraine, but it's also legislation of the EU. And there's number 14, the global. There's number 15, global And that's the world harmonized procedure, worldwide harmonized light vehicles test procedure. There's also technical regulation of electric vehicles safety. There was a third revision, and also the global technical regulations, which stems from EU regulation when it comes to minimum duration of battery operation in an electric vehicle, and then solid particles as well. So tomorrow, after tomorrow, we're going to have special presentations where we can talk about it in more detail. If you allow me, I will get to the conclusions and proposals that should be implemented to improve the technical regulation system and to establish proper requirements for automotive vehicles. And as our colleague already said today, as the result of our conference's efforts, I would propose like a resolution, Geneva Treaty that goes back to 58. So Ukraine should join all those regulations, and the approval authorities should be notified. And the next one is to put the legislation or converge the legislation gradually as to approval of designs of automotive vehicles according to the regulations 68 and 858. Then doing negotiations and concluding an agreement between the executive authorities of Ukraine and EU as to those aspects, and notification of the proper authorities, mutual recognition of certificates in Ukraine and the EU, then Ukraine's access to the EU databases. And the last one is Ukraine's joining the treaty of the UN treaty as of 1998. Dear colleagues, this is the end of my presentation. I'm maybe too long I took, but I'm sorry, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Konstantin. In my opinion, it was like a single breath presentation that I was captivated. You shed light on a lot of things, and our conference is almost over. I mean, that was the last presentation, and we tried to deal with this most important objective on how within one presentation you deal with the national transport strategy. So everything will require a standalone conference to deal with that issue, and a few more conferences on different subjects. So if you allow us, then we will very concisely talk about what matters to us as scientists, very much, or most of all. I can't manage. Why? Big question mark. You can see that something has changed. Just push PowerPoint character at the bottom. Can you see it? Full screen? Yes, we can. Okay, it was known, and it's no secret to everyone, that the effective national strategy will require actualization, and strategy and actualization start the next day, if not a week before, but everything may change. We would like to pay attention to things like the structure of the effective strategy. What does science have to do with that? I will first start with the good news, and the effective strategy has the word science, and you can read it 6 times. In the draft updated strategy 18 times, which means that eventually the people that were responsible for this super important document paid more attention to serious attention to our Ukrainian science. If you look at the effective strategy, then the goal includes objectives that were split by areas concerning the capabilities, efficiency of the transportation system, and innovative development, safety, including environmental energy efficiency, and mobility of this integration. In the yellow highlight, you can see where they made changes, and that's unfortunately where it concerns the recovery problematic issue, post-war recovery, and then as the aftermath of war. Unfortunately, that's a matter of inclusive transportation, the transportation that would provide for mobility in the future, and also issues related to the improvement of the country's defensibility. All these strategies, all these were, the objectives were formulated into 4 objectives. You can see them on the screen if you're in the know, if you looked at the projects. So the interventions are grouped into groups by 7, by types of vehicles. That's efficient management, that's recovery and development of the area, and public transportation on handicapped traffic, and that's Andrei's unit doing that. So if you look at the strategic plan for our company development on the Institute's website, you will see and that the enterprise's strategy, according to the ministry's vision, has been put down on 2 levels. The macroeconomic level, that's the ministry, and the Institute is an integral part of this industry, and economic measurement is an economic entity able to retain personnel, keep personnel and scientists, and develop the infrastructure for doing on different objectives. So within the macroeconomic measurement, I hear quote-unquote satisfying transportation needs, first of all. Then in blue, system forming, scientific, technological, innovative, and areas or directions that the ministry tasks us with, they converge with the areas of the effective national transportation strategy, and on top of that, separately, let's advanced career training, higher competence training, and if I just want to tell you that on each area there is a great number of objectives. For example, the capabilities of the transportation system. All right, all these goals are formed and reiterated by other different documents. They are in particular the plans that concern the implementation of the association agreement provisions, Ukraine versus EU. And under each goal, there is a certain objective that requires quite enough resource for their implementation. Of course, the Institute is like a screw within the system. As you can see, the objectives have been established for us. As for the area as a whole, if we talk through all these objects, we won't be able until the curfew, I guarantee you. So I would focus on only one aspect, that is the most highly technological and not possible without institutional provision. Subsequently, that it cannot work, not only cannot work without competence of people, but also requires access to certain technologies and equipment in the area of techno-regulation, which is not only environmental care, but that's first of all a tool of particular combat between the manufacturers to support the national manufacturer. We keep forgetting that, so our joint future is in our hands. If we want to be competitive, if we want to have an efficient transportation system that will be competitive not only on the external European market but also on the internal, the only way is European standards, technologies and tools to achieve all goals. Serhiy provided an overview in the area of technical regulation, and I would like to remind you that the Institute is an approvable authority, competent technical service on the compliance evaluation in Ukraine. And just very brief, 170 technical regulations according to the Geneva Treaty 58 are effective. And in those that are reflecting all the requirements, they do not include other requirements that are necessary for the country. I won't read from this list, and you will see just in brief the list: environmental safety, then what else? Active safety, braking properties, then driving, using the wheel, steering, and then passive safety, active safety. There was passive safety. You know, there are 3 pages. Then inflatable tires safety. Then the overall safety, general safety. There are plenty of issues that pertain to electromagnetic compatibility. By the way, in Kharkiv there were electric vehicles. And they researched them, they studied them. There is a very interesting study. And there is also a rule that concerns consumer properties and unauthorized use protection. There is just 20 of these, but they will dictate our future. The Ukraine needs to join this process in its different aspects. Then within our project, we need to provide the state as the regulator with at least a minimum, and the automobile builders with a minimum technical possibilities, complex of tools for testing and researching. That's the only institute that has this special status and a special object in Ukraine. And also another one is the implementation of the association agreement. More or less progressive research center is drafted, is designed at 170 million euros. Not the experts say it's nothing, but we need to be oriented towards our modest possibilities. We may only partially be a world automotive center. There is a project that was translated into English, like Auto Polygon, Auto Testing Range, and many experts evaluated it as the first development to this theme. And then on the third day, Mr. Babin we'll talk about the future of the testing range, then environmental efficiency. During this European Commission session this last summer, they spoke about their further joining the EU and what requirements. There was ecology, there was climatic agenda, as the European Commission said, was a priority in their legislation when you take that into account primarily. The prominent European researchers and engineers designed the first block like this just to provide for a full-fledged implementation of the European requirements in Ukraine, just for these conditions to be compliant with by all the manufacturers, all the people on our market, all the market players. Sometimes you hear that's like an industry or institute, industry science. So maybe there is a another one. I have opinion from other different countries of the world that one needs to have ministry responsible for infrastructure, you know. There are different figures that are involved in the same scope of problems, which is impossible without the stage and contribution of the science itself, the industry itself. Italy, Sweden, US, the Czech Republic, Poland, and so on, other countries as successful countries have industry institutes, so specialty institutes that are concerned with their proper industry, their direction. And the last issue, where is money for all of that? That's how the world works. Now let's look at the externalities, that the cost of one's satisfaction of transport cargoes and people, freights and people, 3 to 4 billion euros every year. That's safety related. Human life is precious. But in the Western world, they transfer it into money, 2 to 3 billion euros. That's pretty much understatement. There could be much more, and 5 to 6 billion per year is our energy costs, our energy dependency. From where the petroleum products come, I will not continue. So at the expense of the investments into science, primarily innovations, world standards, and their practical implementation in the country. So, potential effect as to reducing those extremalia losses, like €2 reduction, actually, to improve the safety matters of 1.5 billion euros to improve the ecological situation, and about 1.5 was at the expense of renewable energy sources, alternative energy source of electric vehicles, and so on. So in other words, that's all year round. That's every year, and that's how the world works. It invests into science, technologies, and saves from the point of view of the value. Let alone development of the machine building and Ukraine, supporting competitiveness of the transportation system, and many other gimmicks for society and the state of developed countries. This is what I would like to focus on. And I'm done with the presentation, and we're switching to the discussion panel, where everyone has the right to ask questions to the speakers, come forth with their personal opinion or vision as to the topic of today's conference. Does someone have a desire to speak? Does someone have a proposal? Comments, yes. Okay, now I just got a clue that we still have some questions that we got. Where is that file? Here it is. Yes, I can see that. Well, now, here is what I propose, if you don't mind. I can first of all read out the questions that we got on Zoom and YouTube. Okay, no objections? Okay. Now, the very first one was for Nicholas Carlos. No, it wasn't like that. No, it was Nicholas Carlos, who is just thanking us for their attention and is offering further cooperation. Okay. Here is the question from Marina Kvitina. She's with us. Is she here? Okay, no possibility. And here's the question by Vasily, our employee. He's asking why there is, I wonder why there is no information about countries that are the most important miners of rare elements and what is needed for their mining and extraction. It's not yet closed as a theme. Then reprocessing, recycling of electric vehicles, batteries, that's all in dark. What will you say? That's a provocative maybe question, but concerning the life cycle, you know, and the rare elements production and other elements for electric vehicles is related to a number of problems. So what do you propose? Are you, instead of Marina, who can say something instead of Marina? No volunteers. Can I say something? Okay, the day after tomorrow we're going to make a presentation and we will try to reflect and expand on those issues, elaborate on them. Those are brand new issues because we're only starting off. This is Dnipro Polytechnic, and we had technologies for processing, recycling, and we had separators that did so. But that's our first attempt on electric vehicles. We're going to talk and elaborate on tomorrow, after tomorrow. Then, if you allow me, I will voice out the next question. As you can see, Marina, with her presentation on electric vehicles, that produced quite resonance, as always in the scientific environment. The next question. Electric vehicles cost goes down with the battery amortization, which is 80% of the cars. I mean, the battery costs 80% of the car. That's a given fact. Are there any proposals? That was just a comment. Any comments to that comment? I may say something like a couple of words. I've got no analytical results as to those matters on right in front of me, but those results, I mean, the results of the studies that I've seen say that there is really serious efforts that are being applied when it comes to disposal of batteries on the one hand, and they invest huge amounts for doing this kind of research. The second issue is that the available, and there's a progress available and very serious when it comes to the mastering, honing the designs of batteries for and making them cheaper. For electric vehicles, and that's what the world stands on, and that's what the world is working on. So nobody can say that we don't know what to do with the spent batteries. You know, that would be provocative if somebody says something. That's a huge problem, but and very seriously, they're getting to the bottom of it. Addressing a question for Mr. Viktor, if I may. Here is the question. So what if the electric car gets under rain, under downpour, and for example, there's like a leakage of water to the inside, to the cabin of the car. Maybe some other places it leaked into. The question is, can you use this car afterwards? And how do they react in the U.S. to this? Did you know that? Do you know that? In the U.S., it's not only electric vehicles that are the drowned ones, that drowned ones. There are diesel cars, diesel vehicles that they try. And that I bought this kind of car, and thank God it wasn't damaged so much. That they don't allow, an electric vehicle manufacturer don't allow such uses. I mean, electric vehicles that get into a road accident, there are very serious requirements for them. I specialize in this. I don't specialize in this area. So why are we talking only positive things about electric vehicles? Though there is a lot of positive. For example, something related to the fact that power generation, and I took an example of China. It's a serious issue from the point of view of ecology, because the electric vehicles don't work for better ecology, they only worsen it. But the main tenor on electric vehicles is to use electricity generated by heat sources, because if we combust the mazout or coal, and it's emitted to the atmosphere as a negative impact on global warming, aggravation. There won't be any good of it, not a lot of good. I would like to support you by 200%, and there should be a limited use of electric vehicles, right? Is there any allowable volume of renewable energy sources in a country, like max amount, and don't use them anymore? Because you said it right. I support that 200%. That's your position as to that matter on the use of electric vehicles. Let's not forget that when it comes to electric vehicle manufacturer when they make it, there were already emissions and pollution to the environment. And number two, nobody has measured the irradiation, electromagnetic pulse from electric vehicles. Yeah, I'm sure that nobody has. Okay, I'm going to be part of this discussion as well. So here is what I think. I cannot judge. We cannot judge about whether somebody is right or not. We still need to take that into account, and the world community looking at that in this year, unexpectedly, the Arctic Ocean will melt down, and we never had that in the lives of ourselves, in the lives of neither lives of our granddads, very soon. That's the expectation, and everybody, Andre, and mentioned some projections about 1.5 centigrades. Those projections warming. The ecologists said that the point of not return is already passed. We're past the point of not return, and the world is getting ready, should get ready for a global environmental catastrophe. Now I will go slightly more down. What do we do? And there is one only way out to refuse fossil energy, fossil-based energy. Energy should only be based on solar energy, wind energy, and so on. The most powerful economic development in China. In China, they asked questions about like rare elements, rare metals, but in thallium, there's thallium in China, there's lithium, and everything is in China, and they were together with antimony, and they are going down the way of manufacturing of very powerful energy accumulators like batteries, uninterrupted power supply, because solar power and wind power, everything has quite a drawback, quite a shortcoming. They're not stable. I mean, the sources, the wind, the sun. So we need the batteries to charge them, battery banks, power banks, and all the behaviors around that, all the actions around that. It's like making energy, but the world is moving towards the point of non-combustion zone. You can't combust. If you don't, then yes, there should be a motor for road vehicles. But let's get back to our topic. That's what the history of the automobile started with. It started with electric vehicle. The electric vehicle, yes, that's a very complicated issue. Everybody goes like, oh yeah, you can sink it and you can't reuse it, but you know that once you sink a regular car, you won't be able to use it after it's salvaged out. So you know, it's not an interesting story comparison. I mean, but if in this case, if we recall, if I, like Robert Fulton was the first person to launch the steamer for the first time. Steamer, you know, and that was an ecological disaster because there were sail ships, and everything was so clean. Everything was like girls in dresses, and there were steamers then with plenty of smoke and soot. But then, in some 70 to 80 years, they grand slammed them. That was a full victory of them, but the sail ships didn't go anywhere. So electric vehicles may be existing, something like that, you know, that the development of the world dictates that we need to use other different motors. So what else can we think of when it comes with renewable energy? Hydrogen, but Toyota and others, yes. Synthetic fuel, but we have to understand that our wonderful, as far as I remember, like Vladimir once said that the perfectness of diesel is you know, is very perfect. There was so much worked around, so much honed, so much fined by those institutes and hundreds of scientists, and nobody has anything against the diesel, like Konstantin said, on Euro 7 and so on and so forth. So there is nothing like an emission, but it's only the carbon technology that need to be used for the operation of these motors. So let's make a diesel on what? On so let's improve it. So once we improve it again, then at the output it will be electric, the electric engine. Okay, let's improve and hone the electric engine, electric motor. So I'm not sure that you can say for sure which one is better or worse. It's difficult, but there is a higher level task is to save this civilization, and let's see the next summer in half a year's time. We understand that there are tornadoes in Ukraine already appearing. That's a very serious change that is taking place. I just sort of meddled in your discussion. I don't want to impose, and I don't want to side here with anyone. I just think that's a natural process that allows you to choose the best option, opt for the best option. If I can add to his words, just a couple of words about why in China they developed those huge power banks on the modern cars. We know that for diesel and for gasoline engine, you need a starter engine that operates on battery, while all other batteries cannot create some startup current, unlike the startup battery that has a short resource, while when it comes to accumulative battery, what do you call them, supercondensers, have a much larger potential, much larger resource on charge, and they are not afraid of big currents, big amperage, you know? That's one of the possibilities for improvements of the electric vehicle proper. That's from the point of view of electricity. Now, no other comments. So in other words, yes, that's a very good, very serious problem. And as to this comment, I would like also to top it up that the key is creating technology for accumulating energy. That's the key point. Now, let's not get out of our building because we're through with the solar NPP project. So without accumulative power, we're gonna switch it off in summer. That's what the designer said. Unless you've got accumulative power, then you will not be able to consume. In summer, it will manufacture like 100 kilowatts as per day, but our chief engineer says no, we don't need more than 30. So where else do you we only need 30, so give it away to the network, to the grids, but that's a grid if that's the center of Kyiv and there is nowhere to go for that energy. That's a problematic issue, but put it in the grid, there are options. You can do it on the grid, but if you live somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you know, then there should be that accumulator, accumulative battery, power bank. So there should be a power banking system created. That's a global trend because number one, you should refuse fossils, and otherwise it doesn't make sense. And
the second point, moving to other sources of renewable energy, and they are just electric, no other. Number three, if not electric, everything must be put on electricity. As for the electric vehicles, as it was discussed by Madam Kitina, this is just the top of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. The main problem is far below.
Так, будь ласка.
I had one question.
Сьогодні я 4 години без світла сидів.
I was with no electricity and probably I missed.
Можливо, це питання буде розкрите.
Probably this matter will be discussed on the other days of the conference.
Воно таке. Водень, звідки ми будемо брати?
The hydrogen, where we derive it from.
Застосовуючи зелені технології. У нас безводні області.
We have waterless oblasts. In Zhytomyr Oblast, the water disappears in the water wells in quite many places.
Які ці питання будуть у нас на конференції
Will those matters,
буде щось наближене освітлюватись, щоб спікер задав.
if something similar is highlighted, if the speaker can ask this question, because to me, there is terra incognita. I don't know where shall we produce hydrogen from the water which we don't have.
Звідки? Дякую.
Дякую, Саш. Ну, я...
Соляної води, моря, океану.
Я можу прокоментувати джерел Сміденерго. Це питання насправді Василь задав влучно.
It was a good statement, yet question of access to water of certain quality to produce hydrogen, because hydrogen can be of different color, and this indeed is a problem, and yet it has a solution, and indeed is not simple, where to take the water in certain quality and quantity to produce hydrogen. With your permission, I would like to add, you also discussed the key question of the further development of the technology of storage of power. Hydrogen, energy-efficient hydrogen, is also a new technology. All those new technologies are constrained with science of material and the nanotechnology. With no electronic microscope, there won't be new technology. I apologize for intervening.
Це не таке, це 30 мільйонів. Це не 5 таких, це 30 мільйонів.
Можно я, уже Алексей Андреевич подключился с микроскопом. Сьогодні декілька разів звучали теми, які пов'язані...
The topic was discussed several times, discussed with those developments on the electronic microscopy that we do now. They discussed how the particles to be counted, 10 nanometer in such norms.
Це перше, що я хотів би сказати.
That's the first thing. And also it was discussed, we have got involved in the discussion because there was a question what to do with electric vehicles which was watered.
Я хотів би сказати, що у нас при цьому научному підході
with the scientific approach and the testing in the scientific areas, that's a black hole related to having the vehicles which are no good for US, neither for Europe, do not undergo the procedures of periodic control by the technical conditions and conformity with the design. They all get into our market. We have actually collected everything from the landfills from all countries, and we don't have such control. Not just electric vehicles, any other ones, very popular advertising, if you look in the messengers, dismantling of the toxicity reduction means. And this is open advertising on all channels. We shall dismantle for you your neutralizer. We shall dismantle the particle filter. And all those complex procedures are constrained with a simple thing, because we don't have state control over the technical condition. And it is still inefficient, and we need to work on the legislation in the sphere of that periodical control. This is what I would like to say. If I could add what was discussed by Volodymyr, is a consequence that we have the oldest, Europe's oldest fleet of vehicles. This is a consequence. The reason is the oxygen, and I have a question, nobody to ask it to, because the representative Deputy Chairman of the Committee of the Parliament for Transport and Infrastructure. I would like to ask a question about the draft legislation 12-267, which the MPs would like to review and approve before the end of this year, about making the changes of the new European requirements. It is planned to keep the same norms only for the new passenger cars, and for the others to prolong till 2027. And this is just half of the trouble. And the main trouble is that those vehicles which have been used before this time still could be imported Euro 2. Euro 2 can be still imported. And by this law, it is not planned to remove this norm. It remains. And they are not yet Euro 2. They are not Euro 2 because neutralizer was removed. A neutralizer is depleted. And it was dismantled for a purpose. In Europe, vehicles don't live that long. They are being recycled jointly with spent neutralizers. And this is a problem. And the co-authors of this, the initiator of the draft legislation is Mr. Giselle. And this is what we cannot understand. There is nobody to ask the question to. Another specificity, sometimes I go to Germany. As you may know, there are big speeds. They are allowed on the motorways. And fuel consumption is minimal. Much less than with slower speed in our country. Why? Because the roads kill the vehicles. They require from the vehicle to use more fuel and more pollution of the environment, including those bad roads. And this is a problem. Those motorways which we have. There is a war, it's obvious. And yet, this is a traditional problem, the roads. The quality of roads. And the repairs which are being made just to spend the money. And this is a problem which must receive attention. I agree with the chairperson of our plenary session. The priority, the first line priorities. There is another one except for roads, which is improvement of the efficiency of any device which is used for the transport system. This will allow to reduce the energy consumption, improvement of the efficiency, not just the engine. To make sure we don't lose this question that we have received during the presentation, there are two comments. We need to read it quickly. The question to Nit Karas and two wishes. And the comment. And the comment is to extend the topic of the vehicles. Quote Euronews in the United States, there is 37% of the global deposits of rare earth metals. If Beijing would declare that exports of such elements is stopped, it would not be easy to achieve the level of production to support the industries of the Western countries. So China has 37% of the global deposits of rare earth metals. And another comment to Mr. Zhuravel, to Natalie Kutaman. And the text is as follows. For the mechanism of accrual of compensations in the legal framework of Ukraine, there is no statistical reporting about the indicators of the works done by the carriers of automotive transport. Secondly, from Mr. Bilecki, the question to Nicholas Karas. I don't know if Nick is here with us on the discussion panel. I can read this out. And I can send to him the request to respond. The question is as follows.
Dear Mr. Karas, please help me whether your search for optimizing the operation of vehicles, this infrastructure, and the infrastructure that serves them in the process of transportation involves the use of technologies such as internet-connected vehicles for constant monitoring of vehicle traffic models, fuel consumption, driver performance, and constant monitoring of diagnosis parameters, etc. І таке є зауваження від Володимира Гладченка.
And there is a comment from Mr. Gladchenko to Mr. Trokhymchenko. By the way, this is a matter for discussion too. Simply to focus attention. Actually, instead of disabled persons in all legislative acts, there must be a person with disability. The relevant draft legislation was approved in 2017 by the Parliament. Also, we have the wish to Antonino. This was removed, but still kept in the internet. And the wish is as follows: that Antonino, as I understand, has a potential, could provide consultations about legal regulation of the road infrastructure of Ukraine. There is such an announcement. And finally, we received a wonderful picture. I would like to put it on the screen, if you allow me, from Valentina Evgenievna. This is how the transport must look like of the future. Everything returns back in this life. When I was in the Museum of Ford in the United States, all those old vehicles are black and white. And you can see them live from the shadows of black and white. They are just beautiful. Maybe the vehicles of 2030 would remind me of it. Actually, a very good and rational design, as it looks to me. I would like to add, the vehicle is good and the lady is good and the station is good. Everything develops by circle. I would like to say that the sail ships and the steam engines did not disappear. The steam ships and electric vehicles, this is the new generation or reincarnation. And therefore, the circumstances of the higher order dictate today, maybe there will be a change in something over time. People invent something new. Therefore, I would like to thank for the wonderful illustration of the topic. I have a small comment. The next step in environmentally clean engine is a horse. The horse. We would not like, I don't remember, someone of the great people discussed that the Third World War, but the first one with bows and arrows or the stick. The first vehicle have appeared. They told this is much more environmental compared to horses, because people had to clean up the used materials from the cities. A lot of waste produced by horses. This all goes for the best. This is for improvement. We also had two pictures, two twin photos, which we have showed on the conference in 2021-2022. On that picture, the Broadway in New York with the same point, two pictures, one picture, and the difference was, if I remember correctly, is 15 years. And on one picture, the Broadway is all in the horses and carts. And they say environmental situation on Broadway is just impossible, just intolerable. On the next picture, in 15 years, the entire Broadway is in cars, and there is a lot of smoke. They didn't have any Euro standard, maybe -2 or -3, conventionally speaking. And also unbearable situation. And this is philosophy. The question to Oleksій.
Олексій Андрійович, скільки доповідачів сьогодні встигли доповісти?
Ми виконали програму.
How many speakers have managed to speak? We have fulfilled the agenda. And 3 reports for technical reasons have been postponed for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Just 3. People could not connect. And Mykola was on the commission in the ministry. And we shall hope that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we shall also have the same as today from the perspective of support in terms of air alerts and electricity. If I'm right, in Kyiv Oblast there were 3 or 2 air alerts in the oblast, but none in the city. Today there were 33 presentations and tomorrow 51, plus 3 from today. We shall give less time. There is a request about the agenda because tomorrow we cannot come together 6:30 p.m. for the discussion. Tomorrow, this innovation with the use of modern telecommunication technology, we shall make a brief and extended presentation. I did myself and the other speakers. We did not stop them because today we had enough time and we still have it. And tomorrow we shall have to warn people in the morning. The most resilient people have remained, and tomorrow we shall warn people and we shall tightly regulate. There is a proposal to give the bonuses to those who made shorter presentations to stimulate.
В якості розрядки хочу сказати, що вони колись дипломники.
The people who were writing the diplomas of the second grade, it was a students' scientific conference. Usually they started from 3rd or 4th grade, and those came from the second grade. And there was a joint presentation. One was saying one sentence each, 2 people, 2 presenters. We thought it was a joke, and yet, if the presentation is for 2, they decided they have to present one by one after another.
Віктор Михайлович, а можна ще одне маленьке питання?
Так, будь ласка.
Подякувати щиро вас.
I would like to thank you and Oleksій
за організацію проведення
for the organization
самими такими добрими побажаннями
and with best wishes
на наступну роботу.
for the next work.
Дякуємо вам за те, що ви зібрали.
Thank you very much indeed for making this conference. What is the starting time tomorrow? 10 a.m. in line with the agenda. Zoom connection from 9 a.m. At 10 o'clock is when we start, and connection from 9:30 in half an hour.
Ну що, тоді, якщо всі коментарі, питання, ми вичерпали.
If all comments have been discussed,
Сьогоднішню програму на такому...
today's program, today's agenda was fulfilled. We have the task for tomorrow and we have a good plan for tomorrow. I'm grateful to you for your work. Especially I would like to thank the speakers, and I wish that tomorrow with the same attitude and also fruitfully we hold the next day of our conference. Thank you, I wish you all the best. Goodbye. Glory to Ukraine.
До побачення.
До побачення. Гарного вечора.